there was Donkey and Diddy Kong. Then Diddy and Dixie, Dixie and Kitty, Mario and Yoshi. Okay, you get the point. So what's the big deal?
Well, listen up.
Okay, hello, Slush. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DKJV Radio Live for, I guess it's June of 2001. We are going to be covering, of course, E3 2001. I am, as always, our friend, and we've got some pretty big news. Donkey Kong Racing was revealed, Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers, has Grunchy's Revenge been revealed yet? I'm not sure. Diddy Kong Pilot is rumored. But I'm really, really mad about Star Fox Adventure, so let's mostly focus on that.
Hold on. You can't just do this false pretense and then not remember the historical details. Was Grunchy's Revenge already revealed yet? Yes, it was. Actually, that was the E3. It was revealed.
Okay, I thought so. Listen, I did this a very spur of the moment this time. Last time I did that bit, I had a whole little script for myself, and this time it was just kind of flying by the seat of my pants.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom, and I'm just
sorry,
like,
of my coconut crackers.
I have to run to the bathroom. Like, Josh, can you just handle the beginning of the episode? I'll be right back. And this is what you turned my show into. Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
I'm Josh Wallen.
Oh my God, Josh! You were just on the show like a little over a month ago. But how's your summer been going?
Oh, it's hot and busy, and that's about it.
Yeah, I have to say, if I'm ranking my summers, this is bottom tier. I have to admit, like, not having a great summer.
I mean, I'm having a productive summer, but I'm not a summertime kind of person.
Okay.
I like the spring and the fall and the winter, and summer I tend to want to stay indoors.
I like summer in principle. And part of the appeal to me for summer comes actually into the topic we are discussing on this episode. I have a lot of childhood nostalgia for summer that is carried forward into my adulthood years, even though, I don't get summers off anymore. And, really, I don't like being hot either, but I still have a lot of goodwill towards the summer. I like the notion of summer more than summer in execution, if you understand what I'm saying. But if I'm ranking my summers, not having a really fun summer, and a lot of my low energy, my sort of depressive vibes that I'm dealing with right now will actually be brought up in this episode as well, because it's a weird time to kind of be a Donkey Kong journalist and to sort of be the unofficial captain of the fandom team for this
captain of the good ship Donkey Kong.
Yeah, for this particular niche subculture we've got going on here. It's a really just awkward era that we find ourselves in, and I don't know. I've got the blues. What can I say? I'm just kind of feeling like I don't want to get out of bed in the morning.
No, and I mean, that's my opening bit was not just a random spiel. It was also sort of just like reminiscing. I got there because I was reminiscing on how we had it so good and we didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, we knew it on some level, but I think there was this, like, baseline expectation that, like, well, of course this is how it's gonna go. Of course, Donkey Kong Racing. Why wouldn't that come out for the GameCube?
Right.
Like,
you think
this is just how it goes, and just comparing that to where we are now, it's like, man.
You think the good times are gonna last forever. You think that what represents your youth will be the permanent status quo. And then you quickly realize, well, I mean, unless you're a Pokemon fan or any number of other franchises that didn't dissipate for numerous reasons.
No, if you're a Pokemon fan, then the franchise is dead and ruined 2 generations after you became a Pokemon fan. Like clockwork. Happens every time.
Oh, okay. So even if you still get everything, you still find a reason to complain.
You pretty much do, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That's what it's, not everybody. This is not universal, but yeah. Fandoms on the internet tend to find things to complain about.
I wouldn't know about this. I wouldn't know about this because I'm always left wanting. No, but I am proud of how we continue to make the most out of the little we're given. I think that's one of the greatest aspects of, if you want to say DK Vine, if you want to say the entire fan culture that we are but a small part of, but a drop in the bucket of. I do appreciate how Donkey Kong and DKU fandom, for the most part, obviously you're going to get your extreme cases here or there, some of your more hostile vocal, like Banjo-Kazooie contingent right now, but I think for the most part, we do have a remarkable tendency to just persevere. And I am proud of how we're able to do that. And it's not easy all the time. The last month in particular was very challenging, but I am proud of the work we do. And if you like the work we do, make sure you check us out on Patreon. It is how DK Vine continues to operate after all of these years. We get by through the generosity and good nature of our patrons. And all I can say is, if you like the Kongversation, if you would like to see more content like the Kongversation, then the easiest way for that to happen is if I, can have this little monthly nest egg where this is all I have to do. And I can really give you the Donkey Kong journalism, not only that you deserve, but I feel like what Donkey Kong deserves.
Really, look at the output. People, look, I am not a DK Vine staffer, I can say this. Look at the output that Hyle does already. Look at all he does for you. Imagine if he didn't have to do anything else. Like, my God. I don't particularly understand, as a fellow person who, does their job on the internet. I don't really understand how you find enough hours in the day to do what you do already. So the idea that you could make this your full-time job is both exciting and horrifying.
See, what the goal is, Josh, is I need to be able to afford feeding tubes so I don't have to eat. Mm-hmm. Because really, I hate eating, because eating takes me away from producing Donkey Kong content. And if I don't have to if I don't have to eat, then sky's the limit. But unfortunately, that stuff is expensive. I've looked into it. So,
you wouldn't think that like edible fluid would be that much. You'd think it would be cheaper than real food, but it turns out
it's like when you go full vegan, you realize for whatever reason meat is cheaper than non-meat, and you would think it would be the other way, because it's like this was a life form that we are slaughtering. Right. How's this not worth more than this? But apparently. So yeah, the paste is just astronomically expensive.
No, legit, like trying to eat healthy, like the price of food has like quadrupled over the past 5 years, it seems like, anyway.
Yeah.
And healthy food, I'm not a vegan, but like healthy food was always more expensive anyway, so it's just like, man.
Well, it's part of the reason I was dragging my feet on becoming a vegan, because cheese is cheap. Especially like imitation cheese. That's really cheap. And right. It's like, I don't want, and when I say imitation cheese, it still has dairy in it, but it's
a processed cheese product.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to fully commit, because, I've got to save some money for Donkey Kong Lego, but eventually I was like, no, my guilt got the best of me. And, once I committed, like 2 weeks in, I was like, I don't miss cheese anymore. This is the weirdest thing. It's just like, you have to break that break that dependency on it. Once you do, it's like, oh, I'm not really craving that. I'm just craving the routine of it. Anyway, I'm not here to advocate for veganism. I'm here to advocate for Donkey Kong journalism. You can have whatever diet you want. It's not for everyone, people. I'm not saying everybody needs to become a vegan. It works for me, might not work for you, but Donkey Kong journalism will work for you if you back us on Patreon. I think I saved that. So also, we don't get a lot of money from this because TeePublic thinks it's AI generated content, but we do have a merchandise store. It is on TeePublic. We do get a small cut of every sale. And you can find us at dkvine.com/merchandise or just search for us on TeePublic. We got shirts. We got a magnet. We'll have more products in the months to come. If you would like to support independent Donkey Kong journalism, then make sure you wear independent Donkey Kong shirts.
Yeah, it's not AI generated. It's actually made using the brain power of Donkey and Diddy Kong.
Yeah, you're right. Which is what they did in Donkey
Nebulously
Kong
different, but different nonetheless.
Right, which is how they ran the Kremlin Empire in Donkey Kong Country 3 for a very brief time. But no, I like our shirts. They're stupid, they're fun, and they're quite comfy. I was just wearing the Congo Canopy shirt yesterday in celebration of Mario Golf Toadstool Tour's 20th anniversary. And never you fear, we do have that 20th anniversary spotlight episode for Toadstool Tour all lined up. We're just waiting to execute it because we have to get through a couple things first. This episode and of course our first impressions on Donkey Kong Lego, because those are coming out August 1st. And
that's where the Patreon money will go this month.
Well, I mean, a little bit, yes, because I do need to buy those to give my first impressions. But we're talking about hype cycles on this episode. I don't know how much you can really say there's a hype cycle for these, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun to break them out and build my own little scenarios with, the Lego Mario traipsing through the Lego Congo jungle. It should be fun. It's not something we as Donkey Kong fans get to dive into. And I say this knowing that there's also Sonic the Hedgehog Lego also coming out on August 1st, Josh. So are you looking forward to those at all?
Oh, I was never a Lego guy, to be honest with you. I think you've talked about Lego on here before, how when you were a kid, you didn't have like individual Lego sets. You just had like these tubs of like different bricks and you were supposed to like, make them yourself.
At least that's how Lego was introduced to me. Like they probably have the sets out around the time, but I wasn't looking for them because all I knew Lego as was the stuff that just like dumped out in front of you and then you kind of outgrow at a certain age.
Yeah, that's how it was all introduced to me too, but I had as a kid like no interest in that.
Yeah.
I did buy the Mario, the original Mario set though, and we put it together and we messed around with it a little bit, and my impression was kind of like, okay, this is really cool, but like I don't have the imagination of a child, so that's kind of a detriment to this the whole concept of how you're meant to play with this. Mm-hmm. So it sets on a shelf and looks nice, and I am a boring adult collector.
Yeah. No, I like if it wasn't for that interactive aspect of it, I might not be looking forward to it as much because we might be making the argument in our first impressions episode: is it canon or not?
Is it canon? Right.
So that aspect, that mischievous, like what the hell are we doing element is what's really thrilling me. If it was just a toy, it would be really cool, but it would just be another thing to collect dust on my shelf. So.
Yeah, I'll probably get at least the Dixie Kong Lego because I don't have any merch whatsoever of Dixie Kong, which just feels wrong.
Well, there's very little that's been produced over the last 28 years. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, Josh, really quick, would you like to plug your own YouTube channel, The Geek Critique?
Yeah, go to what is it? YouTube.com/Geek Critique. Search for the Geek Critique on YouTube.
What is it?
You'll find something on there. I'm currently working on another Metroid season.
Oh, wow. Wow, you're producing more Metroid content than Retro Studios has produced in the last 6 years.
Yeah. Well, it works out kind of well because it's been so long since I made the original, season on 2D Metroid games that now my perspective on them has kind of changed, and I can go back and do that again. That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about Metroid, It's like, it has relatively few major releases, so this is kind of what you have to do.
Yeah.
to continuously cover it.
Yeah, I guess Donkey Kong and the DKU, we at least have more content to get nostalgic for than Metroid. So,
yeah, that's been a real strength of DK Vine, is the whole concept of the DKU just allows you to cast a pretty wide net.
Yeah, absolutely. And that being said, it has been 10 years since Tropical Freeze's reveal. And as a result
That's
of that...
right, Hyle. I can't believe it's already been 5 years. It's hard to believe. It doesn't feel like it.
5 years?
That feels more correct to me than it being 10 years.
Oh, no, it's been 5 years since the Switch. Since the Switch version, Josh.
Oh, so it has, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, did he mishear? Did he think I was talking about the Switch version? No, I'm talking about the OG Wii U Tropical Freeze. And as a result of it being a decade since that reveal at E3 2013, I have been thinking a lot about that summer, in particular this summer. Because that summer, Josh, was the last time that I've been fully ensconced, fully encased in the pre-release hype cycle for a new full-length Donkey Kong game. And there's a lot of caveats in that sentence. I said new,
sure,
and I said full-length. Because I know somebody's going to come and say, well, you got Tropical Freeze for the Switch in 2018. Well, you got Donkey Kong Adventure in Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle in 2018. And I'm like, yes, I realize that. And that's not to disparage either one of those, but the last time we got a new full-length Donkey Kong game, it was Tropical Freeze for the Wii U. So that is an important distinction here. Now, let me explain, though, what I mean by pre-release hype cycle, because this is kind of a term I'm just pulling out of my ass to define a very narrow window of time before a game comes out. And everyone processes the hype for a game that they're into differently. And for some of our listeners out there, the pre-release hype cycle of a game might not even really be a thing. You might hear oh, there's a game coming out that I'm really looking forward to. I don't want to spoil myself for anything, so I'm shutting down right now. I'm not gonna read anything about it, not gonna learn anything about it. You might see the initial reveal trailer, and then you cut yourself off cold turkey. And I don't know how people do that. Some people do that, though.
It's hard to do. Traditionally, I have not done that at all. I've been, all over every single thing that I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
In recent years, I've sort of tried to do that a little bit more, but nonetheless, with social media and especially having any sort of an online presence at all, it's very, very difficult to do.
And if you run a site like DK Vine, it is impossible.
You have no chance.
Because you can't cut yourself off, because you have to talk about it. You have to run articles on it. You have to indulge in and participate in the hype cycle, or else you are falling flat on your face doing your job. So I can't just pull up stakes and say, okay, I don't want to know anything about the new Donkey Kong game. I'm going into a cave for the next 6 months. That's just not something I can do. But, Josh, you and I are both of slightly older stock compared to a lot of the audience listening to the conversation. I don't mean to age shame either one of us. That's just the nature of the beast. We are certified 90s kids. with a Z.
Wait, are 90s kids not still the cool youths of the internet? Or what are you talking about?
God, no. So,
What?
being 90s kids with a Z, we actually remember...
Extreme!
Yeah, whoa! Let's rebrand to X!
Oh, God.
We remember game hype to be something a bit different than it is today. Before YouTube, before streaming video at all, this was game hype before readily available household internet, before you had a computer in your pocket, right? Like, game hype was mostly what magazines doled out in front of you. And you were kind of a captive to that. Like, whatever the magazines were reporting on, that's as far as you knew. And that was all coming through mostly the studios themselves. So, later on, as the 90s progressed, depending on your household or your just access to things like a library or computer lab, you could pull up things like Nintendo's AOL page, Nintendo Power Source, or you could, find low resolution images of games on things like Nintendo.com or Rareware.com. And when you fall in love with a game series, I mean, really fall head over heels for a particular game series where that is your primary pop culture obsession, or at least the love that you always return to after you have brief affairs elsewhere. Like, for example, like during my entire dalliance with the DKU in the 90s, I wasn't just like exclusively focused on the DKU. I went through my Star Wars phase. All sorts of other stuff held my attention, but I would always come back to my true love, right? So like 1999, the hype cycle for Donkey Kong 64, it was almost a year long, but I still was lined up for Phantom Menace like everyone else. And then when, that kind of dimmed, I went right back to speculating about DK64.
When that kind of dimmed 2 hours later.
No, I've said before, I was determined to consider Phantom Menace a good movie, so I went back like four more times, and I was like, no, I really like it. I'm just missing something. That's why it's not clicking with me.
Dude, that's hilarious, because I've listened to podcasts with dudes who are like 10 years older than you.
Yeah.
Who grew up with Star Wars when like the original trilogy was coming out. And they had the exact same experience of having this like denial that what they'd seen hadn't lived up to their expectations for
sure.
a while.
Yeah. And that being said, I like Phantom Menace the best out of the 3 prequels, but, it's still, it's a flawed piece of cinema, but yeah. There's nothing more exhilarating, ultimately, when you're in a fandom and when you're in that fandom mindset for having something new on the immediate horizon. It is a rush like little else when you are in that fandom mode. And look at where Donkey Kong fandom has been in the last half decade. For a good example of why having a game that's been officially revealed, complete with an announcement, trailer, screenshots, targeted release date, and more, absolutely at any time beats the gray, confusing purgatory of, intellectually knowing you're going to have more, but having no idea exactly when or in what form it will take. So, there's also the even more harsh, blunt comparison when you say, look at Banjo-Kazooie fandom. And when I say Banjo-Kazooie fandom, I don't just mean DKU, I mean just Banjo-Kazooie fandom, right? Where they've been for the last 15 years, where you hope you're going to get a new game at some point, but even that is just wistfulness. And you kind of know, like, well, probably not. So in the former example, like knowing you're going to have something eventually, we can speculate and we can fantasize about this new Donkey Kong game. But there's really nothing tangible to shore it all up, right? It's all just hypothetical. The sky is the limit when you let your mind wander, but without any parameters for that daydreaming to operate in, it's ultimately just empty calories. It's not fulfilling. It's just, this is what I hope the new Donkey Kong game will be, but it's nothing real at that point.
Yeah, and to sort of take it even further back than like the earliest days of the internet or even the earliest days of print, this whole idea of a video game hype cycle, it didn't come from nowhere. There was this sort of growing realization in the industry that like people were identifying with games and with their products and with this stuff to the point that like they even wanted to know like about things before they came out. Like it took some time for the industry to understand that. And I think one thing that's really changed in maybe the last 10 to 15 years, and this is something that I believe I didn't like pull this, but I believe I've seen Miyamoto talk about this a little bit, is in the mid-90s when the internet really started to become mainstream, was sort of the first time that he had realized, or that Nintendo had realized, or that probably video game developers in general realized that, like, gamers enjoy, like, knowing about things well in advance. And they didn't really have a plan on how to deal with that or what to do about that, so they started initially revealing things pretty much as soon as they had anything to show on them.
Mm-hmm.
And that led, and I mean, we both lived through the N64 era. This led to these like multiple games. Nintendo became rather infamous in the N64 era for announcing games, showing them off, and then delaying them sometimes months or even years into the future.
Right.
I think that era also just sort of had this issue where the industry assumed, for some reason, that 3D games were going to be just as easy and quick to develop as 2D games had been, and they quickly discovered that was not the case.
Yep.
But what I was saying is in the past 10 to 15 years, what I've really seen is sort of a pull back on that attitude. Is that nowadays it seems like Nintendo in particular, but companies in general, don't generally reveal the existence of a game at all until they have a really firm release date that's probably not going to change. Of course, as we alluded to earlier, the big example, the big counterexample to that this decade is Metroid Prime 4, which was announced in the middle of 2017, and we still don't have anything more than a logo for it.
Right. And that probably won't even be the final logo.
Probably not. But other than that, it's hard for me to think of too many high profile examples where we even had to wait a year once we saw the first trailer of a game,
And that's mostly been the case throughout the history of the DKU, with one or two outrageous examples to the contrary, like Conker. But that is all well and good when you're getting that steady output of stuff. But when you've got leaks and rumors about a new Donkey Kong game for half a decade, it starts to get a little demoralizing once you hit any significant milestone, like 10 years since the last full-length new Donkey Kong game was unveiled. And
you're right.
I'm running into this thing where, I have been like running through what this new Donkey Kong game that's purportedly in development right now could be. And it's one thing to say, I wonder if it's going to be 3D. That would be fun to have a new 3D Donkey Kong game. I kind of hope it's 3D. I hope there are 8 animal buddies. And I hope they're Rambi and Guard, Squawk, Squitter, Perry the Parallel Bird, Glower the Tadpole, and 2 new ones. I I hope King K. Rool and the Kremlings are the antagonists. I hope at least Diddy and Dixie are both playable. But I hope Cranky, Funky, Swanky, and Lanky are all involved in some capacity. I hope
Kitty isn't.
I hope there's a DLC pre-order bonus for Banjo and Kazooie to appear as guest stars. You know, you can go on and on and on and just work yourself up into a tizzy. Yes, I said a tizzy. But none of that is real, right? That's just, non-tangible, self-indulgence. You know, you're only probably getting around 30 to 40% of that, if you're lucky. But most of all, you don't know what the game will be. You don't know what the game will be titled. You don't know when it will be released. You don't know how far in development it is. And then your mind begins to doubt itself. You begin to question whether it's in development at all, or if you've just been gaslit for half a decade. And then you start thinking, despite all the evidence to the contrary, could Donkey Kong just be dead? Could it just be a dead franchise? And you know that's not the case. You know, like you've got all of this hard evidence that suggests otherwise, but still, the human brain is a stupid, stupid thing. Yeah.
No, I've been there.
Yeah. And it's really hard too when you are the, if not main, then one of the primary cheerleaders of your fandom. And you've got to keep morale up when you're feeling fatigued, when you're feeling like you just want to lay down and take a break for a while, but you can't. And, it just becomes difficult. And when a game, like on the contrary, when a game is legitimately announced, not through leaks or industry scuttlebutt, but through Nintendo saying, yes, hey, here's the new Donkey Kong game. Here's what we've been working on. Here's what it looks like. Here's how it plays. Here's the story. And here's the targeted release date. Well, that changes everything because all of a sudden the hype becomes real. You know exactly what parameters you're working with. And that's when you go from a daydreaming skeptic to a daydream believer. As the title kind of slides into the center of your fandom portion of your brain, and it becomes your all-consuming passion for the next 5 to 11 months, assuming there are no catastrophic delays. So that is what I'm pining for. And what I found myself longing for this summer, especially once we hit the game release season and we had really nothing to show for it from our side of the fandom. And I was just like, wow, you know, we are in desperate need of just this. Because
so here's a question for you. And I suspect I know the answer, but just for clarification, would you rather be in the position you're in now? And I know you're being in that position. It may be a grass is always greener situation, but just for clarification, would you rather be in the situation you're in now with Donkey Kong, or would you rather be in the situation that Metroid fans are in with Metroid Prime 4, where a logo was revealed more than 6 years ago, and you've heard very little since then?
Yeah. I'm not saying that's an enviable position to be in. Because sure. It is not. I can't even imagine what's going through their heads. And look, I have lived the game is announced, game is canceled, like thing with things like Donkey Kong Racing. Like I know how that feels, although the circumstances for that were far different than Metroid Prime 4 just being in development hell. Ultimately, I have a feeling like Metroid fans will get Metroid Prime 4 eventually. Now, can it possibly live up to the hype after 6 years? I don't know, but I think there are pluses and there are minuses to both. I think at the very least, you know it's coming. Exactly. You know you have that reassurance that little niggling doubt in your head is quieted, even though you might be thinking, like, what's taking so long? What's wrong? Would they announce it's been canceled? If it's been canceled, you know, like I said, doubt will always find a way to creep in. I do think it's very small. in a very small way, it is more desirable to be in that position than the position we're in, where all we have to go off of are industry leaks and my own reporting, which is really weird. Like, because like I need reassurance and I stand by my sources and I do believe like what I've been told and what I've investigated and following the trail from the, canceled Donkey Kong game that we talked about earlier this season, Josh, to what Donkey Kong is purportedly to be right now. Like, I feel like the story holds up and I stand by it and I tell myself that, but then also just the crazy part of my brain is like, but what if? So I really don't know.
When you're feeling down, when you're feeling discouraged, just go back and listen to the optimistic vibes of 2019, Hyle.
Yeah, I had no idea what was coming the next year.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, like, I think that is the caveat to all of this, because just announcing a game is in development can have that same effect. Like, oh boy, I can't wait. Here we go. The hype has begun. And then that will ultimately mean very little to almost nothing if there's no follow-up, if there's no screenshots, if there's no targeted release date, or even any concrete info on what the game actually is. Like, Metroid Prime 4, of course, is the example we keep going back to, but as a Rare fan, I kind of have that going on right now with Everwild. At least Everwild had 2 trailers, but I still don't know exactly what the game is. Nobody knows what the game is. And at least with Metroid Prime 4, you can, I guess, expect something similar to Metroid Primes 1 through 3. You know, it's like, okay, yeah. I guess it's going to be similar to those. With Everwild, people
are going to be really mad if it's not.
Yeah, with Everwild, I'm like, I don't know. There's humans in cloaks and there's funky animals and
yeah, I would agree. I would rather at least have a logo and at least have some assurances that like something is coming than just be in this position where it's like, well, okay, we have every reason to think there's going to be more Donkey Kong games. Come on, of course there's going to be, but at the same time, that little part of your brain, yeah, and, you know, I totally get why this has changed for the sake of branding and for the sake of marketing and for the sake of the way that you want to structure these narratives around your hype cycle very intentionally. But, you know, at the same time, as a fan of gaming, as somebody who follows the industry, I do miss that period where a game would get announced at E3 and then it would get shown off at like the next 4 E3s looking completely different every time. And like we just had this continuous, it felt like we had like much more access than we do now with certain titles.
Right. And
at least a window into how development was going.
And there is that fear of falling into that cycle where a game just becomes almost vaporware, where it just becomes this thing that's always in development. And you don't want to be that game because that puts a lot of undue pressure onto the team, onto the people making it, where it's much easier if people don't really know what you're working on and you can just
I'm sure that's a big part of it too, yeah.
So you can just go about your job without the entirety of the world looking over your shoulder, like, you done yet? You done yet? You done yet? You done yet? So I do
Why
understand.
Did this change? Why did you remove Bottle's Revenge? Why did you remove Stop and Swap?
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I say all this, I'm carping. I am carping right now, Josh, but being a DKU fan, you know, I make a big deal. Oh, it's been 10 years since the last time they announced a new full-length Donkey Kong game, but we've certainly had games that have fallen under this hype cycle purview since Tropical Freeze. Like you mentioned, the beauty of the DKU is that we always have something just over the horizon. Ukulele was probably one of the biggest of the last decade, albeit that one was a bit blunted because it wasn't a sequel so much as a spiritual successor. And yeah, it was made by key creative talents from 90s Rare, and they sneaked in a goldfish, and, you know, all well and good, but you still have that uncertainty, and it isn't just this, I feel like hype cycles work best when they are sequels, when they are part of an existing franchise, and you can readily speculate based on past precedents, whereas something like Yooka-Laylee is like, I don't really know Yuka or Laylee or any of these weirdos they're hanging out with. So you're excited, but you're also not all in as you would normally be. For me, like, Sea of Thieves was definitely next, but in some ways that hype was almost satiated and dulled by being in the loop with the technical alpha before the game even came out. So I was kind of getting drip fed Sea of Thieves before it got released. And I want to be drip fed, as I already established, but in that way, it almost like I was glad and happy to be part of the technical alpha, but at the same time, when the game came out, as exciting as it finally was, I also kind of knew the ins and outs. Right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I got into, was it the alpha or the beta? I got into it long after you did in any case, but nonetheless, it was still, you know, like a good year, maybe a little more, before the game actually launched. So Sea of Thieves feels like longer ago to me than it really is because of that.
Right, and it's still 5 years old from the commercial retail version, but and even that still had the new IP problem, although like Yooka-Laylee, it was still playing in the DKU sandbox. It was still, you know, a lot of unknowns, and it was, you know, as much as, I really hope Captain Black Guy shows up. You know, TT. Yeah. But, you know, you still, like, it's not the same as, here is another Banjo-Kazooie game, for example. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, obviously a huge game for the DKU, especially once King K. Rool was revealed, and then that just became, like, the center of the universe for a good solid 4 months. But, you know, I would also argue that hype cycles, and this is just me, this is just how I'm wired, but if a game isn't really an adventure, and I know Super Smash Bros. Ultimate has a World of Light, but, and I'm not talking about adventure games, but a game that's structured around the premise, around the crux of an adventure in the narrative. If it's not,
you love lore and world building,
right,
and new characters and stuff, things of that nature so much, it's a little bit of a different metric to get hyped in the same way about a fighting game.
Yeah, exactly, because ultimately it's just characters hitting each other, which is still really fun, especially when it's a character I love and it's a character that was so hard fought for, like King K. Rool. But at the same time, you know, I'm not going to get as invested in, like, analyzing every screenshot that comes out, every interview that comes out with Sakurai. Like, it's just going to be like, if something big gets divulged, I will find out, but I'm not really going to chase every minuscule thing about this.
Oh, I've always been extremely hyped about Smash Brothers releases. I was, during the Brawl hype cycle, they had the Smash Dojo, which would update, because it would update at a reasonable time in Japan. It would update for me here in the Eastern United States time at 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Yeah.
And more often than not, I would stay up to see what would get revealed. And it was so exciting because sometimes it would be a brand new character. Sometimes it would be Diddy Kong or Sonic the Hedgehog getting revealed. Most of the time, it would be like, here's the banana item. But it was still so exciting.
So, I know this comes up all the time. Every time we bring up Smash Dojo, this comes up. But the morning Diddy Kong was revealed, the update went up much later than normal, to the point where I went to bed, because, like, we just gave up, right? We were like, okay, it's been like 90 minutes since the update should have been up. It's probably something big. It's probably a character, but it's 4:30 in the morning. I'm getting sleepy. I need to get some rest. And then you, like, wake up 7 or something, and then you just immediately, like, run to your computer, and then there's Diddy Kong, and just your world completely changes. But I think the morning before Diddy Kong, it was something really, like, minuscule and non-consequential, like, you must recover. it was basically just like talking
Right.
about recovering when you get like knocked off a ledge or something. And I was like, really? This is all you're showing us? Cause that's how ungrateful you get when you have a daily update on a game, is when it's has no consequence whatsoever, when it's just a carryover from a past game. You're just like, you're telling me this? You're wasting my time with this? And
I wasn't like that. I thought it was hilarious when they did that shit.
yeah. And I don't even remember the context. Was it that the day we thought we were going to get a new character, we got You Must Recover, and then the very next day we got Diddy, but they were linked somehow. And, yeah. But,
the only thing that slightly blunted my hype about Ultimate was that, and this is partly because it actually had been a little bit less time than we normally get between Smash games, and moreover because the Smash 4 DLC cycle it had completed so recently. But it just felt like I kind of have a little bit of this feeling of like, okay, well, we kind of just did this, you know?
Yeah. I
Smash
think
4 still felt very recent to me.
Smash 4 felt recent, but it was so toxic in my mind that having a palate cleanser was, I think, much needed, especially once we learned that every past fighter would be back in this. That
which
was
is how they announced it, which really went a long way to, like, you know, reverse that feeling like it hadn't been long enough.
right. And then once we found that, I was like, okay, well, even if we don't get anything from this, and I walked into it thinking, we're not going to get anything for this, because woe is the Donkey Kong fan. And So I had no expectations, and I think because my expectations were ground floor, just getting something as basic as every past fighter is back, I'm like, oh, that's cool. Okay. And then I played it at E3, and it was like, this actually feels much closer to Melee than the past 2 to 3 Smash games. And it's just like, okay, I can get on board with this, even if it's just Donkey and Diddy. That's fine. And then,
because of the way it was revealed with the whole Everyone Is Here trailer, there was a lot of speculation at first that, okay, well, we're probably not going to get too many new things out of this. Partly because, like I said, it had been, like, Smash 4 DLC had basically just finished up, I think like a year and a half earlier or something. So there was, you know, a lot of people thought, well, we're probably not going to get a whole lot of new stuff out of Ultimate. This is probably just going to be like, you know, sort of the Mortal Kombat Armageddon of Smash Brothers.
Yeah, and I think Sakurai even said, you know, now we couldn't put too many new characters in here, which...
Oh, yeah, I know. I forgot about that.
Obviously, they already had the Fighters Pass, like, planned out, and, you know, but that, just the way he approached it, like, you know, you might get 1 or 2. Here's Daisy and Ridley. And,
right.
You know, so we weren't even, you know, it's like, okay, they got Ridley in. Okay. There's no way K. Rool's going to be in this. And then, 2 months later, King K. Rool got revealed. And then you're like, okay, you know, Banjo and Kazooie, maybe. And then the game, we get the last, we get the last fighter, and it's like, okay. And then they're like DLC, and you're like, you know, but anyway, point is it all worked out with Ultimate, but.
It really did, yeah.
Yeah.
Better than we ever could have hoped.
The last game that I would say fell under this hype cycle was 4 years ago at this point. Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair.
That doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, that might be the purest case, actually, when discussing everything since Tropical Freeze. That falls under this topic, the romance of the video game hype cycle, as I put it, where it was a 2D platforming follow-up to a pre-existing game with an already established cast and corner of the DKU. So it was like, oh, here's this new Yuka and Laylee adventure. And, you know, what characters are going to be back? And we even had that lovely cover art reveal. And it was very much style like a classic Rare cover from the 90s with like all the cast just spread out across this expansive scenic view. And I was like, oh my God, there's Vendy down there. Vendy's back. And it's just very exciting. And that's the last time we've really had that for the DKU. And, you know, we've had other things to talk about. We've had other things to get hyped about. but that was the last game that was announced with a release date, and we were all like really jazzed about. And then everything since then has been just like, oh, here's a new Mario Golf. Diddy's not in it. Here's Mario Strikers. Here's a couple Mario parties. You know, it's not the same. It's not really the same.
Yeah, like, let me see, like, I've really noticed this with me, because, you know, you said Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, that was 4 years ago, and that seems completely bizarre to me. But have you noticed that, like, any length of time that includes, like, 2020, basically, or, like, the time that we spent in lockdown, do you find that like time gets really strange and off right around there?
I feel like the world stopped in March of 2020 roughly, and I feel like it still hasn't started again. So I feel like I've been in suspended animation almost. And I feel like everything that's happened since then has been dreamlike and surreal, but we really haven't gotten going yet.
Yeah, I find that what typically, like, I have this, like, mental formula for dealing with it, where, like, you know, you say it's, okay, there's 4 years since Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. If I just pretend like roughly a year and a half after March of 2020 doesn't exist, and I remove that time period from it, then that like chronologically feels right to me. So, for example, if you say it's been, what would it be, like 2.5 years since Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds about right. If you say it's been like 8.5 years since we learned about Tropical Freeze, I'm like, yeah, that sounds more right than 10.
Yeah.
So, like, it's like any length of time I consider that includes that stretch, it's just like there's this big blank spot there.
I can see that for sure, yeah. Whereas I feel like for me, so much of my calendar was structured around E3. And I know that sounds stupid. But
oh no, that totally makes sense. Considering what you guys were doing for what was it, about 5 years.
Yeah, like actually going out there, actually like covering it in person. But it got to the point where, like, even before that, still you like stopped everything for E3, right? Even if you're just following from home, it was still very much okay, it's E3 week, drop everything. Everything is focused around this. And it just imagine if you like skipped a couple holiday seasons, you know, cut out Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever. And you just didn't do it. You just didn't acknowledge it. How weird time would feel if you didn't have those big milestones in your life. And so that the absence of E3 has really felt that way to me, where, all of a sudden I just don't have those markers, and I just feel unmoored a little bit. I feel adrift in time.
And I do agree. Like, E3 or no, it still hasn't totally gotten back to normal by any means, or perhaps, as we've talked about with like other things before, perhaps this is just going to be the new normal, but...
Right. But it being, you know, so long for Donkey Kong, which is, I mean, if I'm honest, the main driver of my fandom still. Like, I love all of this other stuff, but Donkey Kong is still the nucleus of it all. And it being so long and us hitting that milestone this June of it being a decade since the last full-length hype cycle, it got me nostalgic about just the notion of hype cycles in general. And that's why I invited you on this episode. I pitched this to you a while back. I was like, you know, what would be a fun topic, at least for me, maybe for you, because we're both of the same mindset. We're both cut from the same cloth, especially when analyzing the fan perspective of gaming rather than just gaming in general, just what it means to process this as observers, as bystanders. And the whole culture that can spring up around that, even if it's self-contained culture within your own brain, it's still an impactful way you process and perceive these games. And you can't divorce your own introduction to these titles. You can't like separate yourself from how you were initially introduced and brought to these games. And
also just like the experience of sharing that experience with other fans can make such a huge difference, because I've probably told this story on the show at some point before, but I remember in 1999, I wasn't in any way a part. I loved Donkey Kong. I'd grown up with Donkey Kong Country, and that to me already seemed like the the long ago times of elementary school. And so to see the screenshots of DK64, to follow the news about it, like, I did all that, but, you know, I was kind of just, I was alone in that endeavor, you know, or so I thought. So the game came out, I rented it, I enjoyed it, I thought it was good. I remember some reviews slamming it, but I wasn't, like, so into it that I got it, that I bought it at that time. I didn't ask for it for Christmas. Part of that, of course, was the Dreamcast was coming out, so that's where all my attention was. And then, about a year later, that was when I found DK Vine.
Mm-hmm.
And your 1 year ago hype for DK64 in the news, in the features, in the accounts, like, the degree to which you guys were excited for it was so infectious that I got hyped for it all over again, way more than I had been before it had actually come out, and I did get it for Christmas in 2000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so how dare you?
I'm sorry.
How dare you lead me to wasting a Christmas present on a game like DKC? No, I enjoyed it.
We should have deleted the site, in all honesty.
No, I was really, really into DK64 for about a month, and then and then I got Banjo-Tooie, and I never really played it again.
Yeah, it's amazing how 1999 just had these long-awaited sequels that we were just desperate to convince ourselves they were good, and we just went back again and again. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this isn't quite clicking with me. They said it's it's just the same but in 3D, but no.
DK64 is only good if you are wearing a polo shirt, actually.
And you get you get haircuts between the VHS tapes.
You gotta gel your hair up, yeah.
Yeah, between the VHS tapes of 1994 and 1999, it's just like, wow, you've gone corporate. You like, the pitchmen have just like sold out to the man. Anyway.
That was my childhood, Hyle. How dare you? How dare you diss the good name of hot new Z64?
Ugh.
Crush me, big monkey, crush me!
That's probably my least favorite of the hype tapes, I have to say. Like, oh god. So,
that was like my generation's, they get paid!
Your generation.
We are of the same generation.
Yeah, like, there's not that wide of a gulf between us.
No, I do notice, though, because things in gaming changed so quickly, like, even a couple years, or they did rather, you know, back then, even a couple of years difference of when you get into it can really, like, completely change your perspective. Like, I had a mutual friend on Twitter one time sort of speculate, like, wow, I wonder if this is how the Geek Critique felt watching the millennial generation come of age. And I'm like, dude, I'm part of it!
Yeah.
But,
right.
You know, he started gaming in, like, the early 2000s, so, like, his perspective on that stuff was so totally different from mine.
Well, it's like we've talked about ad nauseum on this podcast, where when you are below a certain age, time is just this massively consequential, like, epoch. You know, like a year can feel like 5 years when you're an adult. And that's why when you become an adult, you're like, wait, it's been 4 years since Ukulele and the Impossible Lair? That can't be right. Because, yeah, 4 years when you're a kid is the difference between like being in kindergarten and being in fourth grade. It's just this huge span of your life. But then when you've lived enough of your life, then that's just, it's barely anything. But what I would like to do, Josh, is just take some time for us to both reminisce about certain hype cycles for certain games, ones that were the most impactful for us. And you can bring up whatever you would like. I definitely have ones I want to address that are, on brand, on topic for DK Vine and the Kongversation. But if there are other games outside of our purview that you would like to dive into, feel free, because this is all about really like, I think sharing notes as fans, just in general fans. And you at home, you listening to us right now, you might not be in your home, wherever you're listening to us. I want you to reflect on your favorite hype cycles, if you've got any to reminisce about, and just the excitement around that time. Doesn't have to be DKU, but anything that made you feel the feelings that we're about to share, have at it. I think it's fun. I think it's healthy to sort of indulge a little bit, in nostalgia from time to time, and just remember and rediscover your passion for gaming. Because sometimes we do get so caught up in what we have, what we don't have, how good the last game was, in our opinion, fighting wars with other fandoms because your game got announced and their game didn't. And we just get so like mired in stuff that doesn't matter, stuff that saps joy from us, when this is all about joy, bringing lightness to an otherwise dark life that we lead. So,
and on that note, sort of in relation to what we were saying earlier about the pandemic, I suspect that maybe suspect is even like casting too much doubt. I pretty much know that a big part of the reason that it has been so long since we've had any major hype cycles, is because of how the whole industry and the whole world was affected by COVID. So,
for sure. I mean,
it's probably the case that we would have had more to talk about over the past couple of years, if not for that.
Yeah, we talk about all of the mitigating circumstances for why it's been so long since there's been a Donkey Kong game, and it is just kind of this ludicrous sequence of events that can honestly be traced back to the Rare buyout and Donkey Kong losing its home base. And then from there, it bounced around, couch surfed a little bit, found a home in Retro Studios, but it was always going to be a temporary situation. They were going to make a game and a sequel, and then they were going to move on to something else. And then what becomes of Donkey Kong? Well, it found a new home about a year after that, or 2 years after that. And then circumstances made it so then, development was scuttled. And then they had to find or figure out who was going to be doing the new Donkey Kong game, if it was going to be Nintendo itself or somebody else. And then from there, it's got to restart development. And the more ambitious it is, the longer it's going to take. And then, there's a worldwide pandemic that shuts everything down for several months and completely upends the way we live our life for the period of time after that. So it's just been misfortune upon misfortune for Donkey Kong. So we say all of this not to wring our hands and be like, oh, it's so bad. Like, I'm so confident that the Donkey Kong game is in development. I'm so confident that we have sunny days ahead.
I legit do think it's healthy to, just acknowledge the frustration sometimes. It's not something that you want to ignore entirely. It's, not that I'm like, how do I put this? Like around the not E3 episodes this year, it's not that I liked hearing you be down about things, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, I've kind of been feeling that too, and I'm glad I'm not alone in that.
A lot of people came forward and said as much to me, which I appreciated because, I don't want to be the vintage negative DK Vine where I'm shaking my fist at an evolving world that doesn't exactly match up to my childhood, where, I've matured past that, but there does hit a point where you can't be just this bastion of positivity 24/7 because it's artificial. And yeah, like I do feel like we have plenty of reasons to look forward to the future as a fandom, but when you hit your 10th E3 or not E3 without Donkey Kong news, and the Rare side of things is also looking a little barren these days, you're kind of just like, what's happening? And like, I just feel like I'm losing it. And yeah, so
let's indulge in hype cycles of the past.
Yeah. Let's
sorry to derail us there. Although
no, let's remember the good times so that we may reassure ourselves of the good times that are still to come. So for me, I think my first genuine hype cycle, because of course I would look forward to games like intellectually, like I would know there was a new Super Mario Brothers game coming. And you would hear about things like out of Japan, and it would be like playground whispers. But the first time I really followed in any real sense a new game was Donkey Kong Country 2. Donkey Kong Country 2, the summer of 1995, was my first real, genuine hype cycle. And this was not just a hype cycle for DKC2. Like, obviously I was very hyped for it, but this was really more the planting of the seeds for the DKU harvest that was still to come. Because getting a full-fledged sequel to Donkey Kong Country a year after that had come out, and only like half a year after Donkey Kong Land, it made it really feel like the possibilities were endless. Like, DKC2 is announced, and I learned about DKC2. I know others will have differing experiences if they were around, if they were alive or just cognizant in this time period. But for me, I learned about Donkey Kong Country 2 the day I went to, I put Donkey Kong Land on layaway. I've told this story before where, I paid for it with my own, childhood allowance. So it was this thing where you could put things on layaway. And if you're a kid, this was a good way to ensure that your money was going towards the thing you wanted, even if you didn't have the money on hand then. So you put down a little down payment, and from there you would go back every week and add a little bit more till you could get it, right?
God, I can't believe you had the fiscal responsibility as a child to do that sort of thing.
Well, so the thing is, that's
very impressive.
I love Donkey Kong Land, right? Or Donkey Kong Country. I love Donkey Kong Country. And I really wanted Donkey Kong Land, even though I remember the skepticism around it. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing one for the Game Boy? This is stupid. Like, this was what the adults around me were saying. This is just, they're just trying to get your money. And I was just like, yeah, but I really like Donkey Kong Country. I really like Donkey Kong Country, and I kind of made this vow, this solemn oath that I would get every game that would follow. So, yeah, I'm going to get Donkey Kong Land. But actually, I think it was the day I picked it up from layaway. I also got the Nintendo Power. That was the Donkey Kong Land cover issue. And in this Nintendo Power, it was also them covering the very first E3. Oddly enough, the very first E3 1995, in Los Angeles at the LA Convention Center was where they showed off Donkey Kong Country 2 for the very first time. This is where I learned about Donkey Kong Country 2, where I learned about the bonkers plot, where they were giving the sequel over to Diddy. They were kidnapping Donkey Kong. They were introducing this new character, Dixie Kong. And I remember having that magazine in hand with Donkey Kong Land. So this was kind of a 1-2 punch for me, this hype cycle, because not only was I getting the second installment in this series, in Rare's Donkey Kong series, Proto DKU even, like this is just Rare's Donkey Kong series. I was getting the second installment of that, but I was also getting my first taste of the first full-fledged console sequel to it. So
by that point, how cognizant were you of like the difference between Rare and Nintendo?
So this is actually where it really started kicking off in my head, because I did attribute Donkey Kong Country to Nintendo. Like, obviously, you boot up the game, you see that wireframe logo turning into this shiny golden shield of Rareware, but you don't even really know, like, Rareware. I don't know. Did they make it with Rareware? Like, what is Rareware? And eventually, like, you see the game credits, like, and you like start learning, okay, game by Rare. Rare is who made it with Nintendo, but you still don't really know that there's much difference or what the division of labor is, right? Because
Sure.
you're still, as a kid, if you're a Nintendo kid or a Sega kid, you're going to attribute most everything to Nintendo or Sega. You're not going to have, like,
Of course,
like Rare or the Sonic team, or it's just these omnipresent brands.
Even like third-party studios, I didn't understand. Like, I didn't really have any grasp on what Konami was or Capcom.
See, I knew that just because I knew those games didn't tend to be as good as the ones that were Nintendo. Like, the ones
Sure.
that didn't have that logo on them. That they're just like, or the ones that didn't have a logo, like the ones that were just like unbranded were the ones that were like the really good ones, the Nintendo ones, the ones that were made by Nintendo. And then you have the third party ones that you can have some fun ones for sure, but there's always something off about them. So
Well, I was, of course, aware that like some properties, like Street Fighter, for instance, would come out on both the Genesis and the Super Nintendo, and
right.
You know, I knew that logically not everything came directly from Sega or Nintendo, but you know, I was also younger than you in a way that made a difference at this time.
Yeah.
So, like, my first experience with Donkey Kong Country, I didn't get the VHS tape. I didn't have a Super Nintendo yet when Donkey Kong Country came out. I believe I rented a Super Nintendo at some point before I got one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at that time, one of the games I rented might have been Donkey Kong Country. I definitely, regardless of anything else, rented it before I really got into it. But I think at that time I was, you know, I was probably just turned 6 years old or something. And I was so new to gaming and I had so little to compare it to that I didn't really have the context for, one, why this game was so different and so special compared to anything else that had ever come out, because everything in gaming was brand new to me at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I didn't really have the context or the ability to play it, because the design philosophy behind Sega's games, and Sonic in particular, was quite different than the design philosophy behind Nintendo's and indeed Rare's. So the idea that I could only take one hit and then I'd lose my character was just way too much of a challenge for me at that point. And then about a year later, you know, being a far more well-rounded and experienced gamer comparatively by that time, I don't know why. I don't know, like, if like a Blockbuster employee recommended it or something, but I rented Donkey Kong Country 2. And this was probably within a month or so of it coming out anyway. I definitely remember it being around Christmas time or around like, Christmas break that year.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I absolutely fell in love with it.
Yeah, like for me, somebody who's already on board, right? And already loved Donkey Kong Country way more than any other video game that I had ever played, to the point where I mentioned like that was like a lightning bolt went off in my head where I was like, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Everything pales in comparison to this. This like so perfectly aligns with all of my sensibilities, and everything else will feel cold and tasteless from now on, unless it is more Donkey Kong Country. And, I mean, that's an ethos I've actually stuck by. That's held true. Like, obviously, I've enjoyed other games that aren't DKU, but let's be honest, I am still faithful to that, like, underlying principle of, like, nothing will bring me the excitement nor contentment that a DKU game will bring. But having that, like, sort of doling out of the follow-ups, Donkey Kong Land gives you your first taste of more of what this world can be outside of the confines of that one cartridge. And of course, it got a little crazier, got a little zanier, but also built on the canon of the first game. Like, here's more of the Gangplank Galleon, and we're establishing Kremlantis, which adds more context to those temples you romp through, and here's Chimpanzee Clouds, that's weird, and here's Big Ape City, this is where the arcade games took place, and you're like, oh my god! Like, the world makes so much more sense to me now. And then you've got the promise of this Donkey Kong Country 2, where it's going to be Diddy's game, and there's going to be a new girl monkey that he partners with. And I just remember I went on 2 family vacations that summer. One early in the summer, one later in the summer, like June and August. And they were both to visit relatives in Pennsylvania, different relatives, my mom's relatives and my dad's relatives. And I just remember like bringing that very quickly, like well-worn issue of Nintendo Power with me on both trips, as well as my Game Boy with Donkey Kong Land, as well as my Super Nintendo console with Donkey Kong Country, for the evening. And my whole summer, I mean, this was also the summer of Batman Forever. Like, that was a big deal in the summer of 95, you got the Riddler, Jim Carrey, come on, the Seal song. But
for me, it was the summer of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie.
Was that 95?
That was 95.
I guess it was 95. Yeah. Yeah. I also saw that. I believe it or not. I saw that in theaters. I
distinctly remember walking out of that theater, walking into the parking lot. It's one of those cases where when you go in, it's like still daytime, and when you come out, it's night, but it's like the parking lot is still like you can still feel the heat. And yeah. I remember just looking up at the sky and thinking, that is the best movie I've ever seen.
You weren't at all concerned about how the canon didn't mesh with the TV show?
Not really, no. I don't remember worrying too much about that.
Like, who was that pig fella? That's weird.
I had already been introduced to the complete nonsensical mania that was and still is Sonic canon, so I knew to expect inconsistency.
So, like, I'm just saying, like, the summer of 95 had a lot of, like, big kid flashpoints to like draw my interest in, but Donkey Kong Country was this like vibrant undercurrent during that entire summer, to the point where I was obsessing over it. And just like I remember this is the first time I was openly speculating about things like where the plot would go, what characters would show up, where the game would take place, because this issue of Nintendo Power didn't say anything about Crocodile Isle. So I was like, does this take place on the backside of Donkey Kong Island that we didn't see in Donkey Kong Country?
Oh, that's so cool. That's so interesting that they didn't specify where all of this was happening.
Yeah, so you're like, Donkey Kong Country is a very defined place. And if this is more of Donkey Kong Country, where does this take place? So I just remember, and of course these screenshots were so awe-inspiring, and they were so much darker than the imagery of Donkey Kong Country. Like there was like dark forest, dark mine shafts. You're fighting a giant Neki, and in this early screenshot, it was dark, and it was just so much like gloom, and it was such a high contrast to a lot of the visuals of Donkey Kong Country that it was so exciting, and it really just felt like the sky is the limit, because if we're getting a sequel but a year later, well, that means we get another sequel 2 years later, and then the N64 game 3 years later, and you know, like at this point it was already mapped out in my head, right? We got Donkey Kong Land, we're getting Donkey Kong Country 2, so that will mean Donkey Kong Land 2, Donkey Kong Country 3, Donkey Kong Land 3, Donkey Kong for the N64, Donkey Kong for the Virtual Boy, Donkey Kong N64 2, Donkey Kong Virtual Boy 2.
The idea that the Virtual Boy would last long enough that a Donkey Kong Virtual Boy game would come after an N64 game.
Well, that's the thing. The Virtual Boy wasn't even out yet. It was coming out.
True. Yeah,
it was coming out
like August of '95.
Yeah, it was coming out near the end of that summer. So you were thinking, well, Nintendo has never failed before. The Virtual Boy's here to stay. We're gonna have so many games for the Virtual Boy, and that's probably gonna, you know, be the next Game Boy. So we're just gonna have, you know, and then after the N64, it's gonna be, well, it was the Nintendo Ultra 64 in my mind then. So then it was gonna be the, like, Nintendo Supremacy or whatever. So yeah, you're just gonna have like alternating Donkey Kong games, right? And then you're gonna maybe have spin-offs. Like, let's give this character their own game. So, you know, it was a very exciting time. And I remember being more intrigued about the possibilities of the future than even just DKC2. This was kind of...
And that's so cool that you were already, like, thinking in these terms, because, like, for at least the next couple of years, you were totally right. That is,
right.
Aside from the Virtual Boy stuff, that is how it went.
It is, until we got to the N64 and things kind of got a little bit cloudier. But... It is funny though that I was almost satiated by this one magazine, because I wasn't entirely motivated to seek out more information on Donkey Kong Country 2 at this point. I was just like, okay, the game's coming out this November, according to Nintendo Power. That's all I need to know. I'm good. I'm excited.
Well, to be fair, you didn't really have a way to find more information at that time.
Well, there was a way. There just wasn't a will yet. That would come the next year with what I think is probably my all-time, if not favorite hype cycle, then the one that seared into my brain the most. And that was the hype cycle for these kind of intersected for the bulk of summer of 96. Donkey Kong Land 2 and Donkey Kong Country 3. Both announced at E3 1996, which of course was also the E3 where the Nintendo 64 was shown off. Nintendo 64 hype was in full swing at this point, but for me, all that mattered at this point was I was getting Donkey Kong Land 2, and then I was getting Donkey Kong Country 3. The Nintendo 64 could wait. I was like, give me my full trilogies on both Super Nintendo and Game Boy, and then I will care about the N64. I don't care about, I mean, I cared about the N64 because it was a new Nintendo console, and oh my god, 3D games, and that was so cool. But all like, the majority of my focus and attention was on Donkey Kong. The most I was focusing on the N64 was imagining what the Donkey Kong game was going to be on that. But before I had that, I had Donkey Kong Country 3. So this is really where the obsession ratcheted up a significant degree for me, because Donkey Kong Country 2 blew my socks off. I mean, it's still my favorite game of all time. So you can imagine the fervor I felt for it back in 1995, 1996. So when, and then we had just this insufferable wait. December 95 to June 96.
God, can you imagine having to wait that long for a new Donkey Kong release?
It's laughable now, but I remember when DK Vine was just starting out, I referred to this as the Donkey Kong drought.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I'm serious. Because in my mind, this was the longest gap of time where we did not know what was next.
Well, this is like, you talk about going on vacation in 1995, bringing your Game Boy with you.
Yeah.
You and I had, I think, parallel summers, in a sense. It's just that mine happened 1 year later in 1996. So as I said earlier, I got Donkey Kong Country 2, I rented it over Christmas break, I believe, in 1995. And I have such a distinct memory of going to the mall with my mom and getting that game on January 1st, 1996. And I don't know why that's seared into my memory so much, but I have such a clear memory of like picking up that game and then going and eating in the food court and like knowing that I had it, like, in that plastic bag and being so excited to get home and play it.
That's such a good feeling. Like that is ultimately the culmination of any hype cycle when you have the shrink wrapped game box in your hand. And it's just such a validating, and nowadays, like they just deliver it to your porch, unless you like go out into a game store and buy it. But when you're a kid and you actually got it, from a shop and you like walked out with it, that was such it was like the feeling when you're, graduating, it was like, I've made it. I've got diploma in hand. I have accomplished something. That's the way it felt. I remember having that shrink wrapped Donkey Kong Country 2 in my hand. My mom picked me up, that afternoon, and it was waiting for me in the car.
Yeah,
and
that's always a good feeling too.
Yeah, I wouldn't even open it until I got home because I had to savor every second of the process.
But yeah, so that after getting that game, like through the rest of that winter, through the Christmas break, turned into the rest of the winter, turned into the spring, and that was like Donkey Kong Country 2 to that point was by far the most difficult game that I had ever gotten good at. Yeah. And it took me a long time to get good at it. And it became this whole like neighborhood event with a couple of brothers who lived a few houses down from me. And like they would come over and we'd play it, and like there were levels that some of them were better at, and there were levels that I was better at.
Right.
And over the course of like what seems like about 4 or 5 months, like we slowly, agonizingly made our way through that game. And by the time summer rolled around, where you were in this Donkey Kong drought, at the same time I was getting. Like, that's when I got the original Donkey Kong Country. So I had I had that to digest. And by that summer, me and all of my friends and like my family members who were of similar age to me, we were all just completely obsessed with Donkey Kong Country. And I remember going on vacation that summer, and me and my cousin, we'd go swimming, and we would take turns, like, okay, I'm gonna swim the way DK does, and I'm gonna swim the way Diddy does, and like, we would imitate their swimming animations.
Oh, been there, done that. Yeah. It must have been weird going from DKC2 to DKC, though.
It was, yeah. DKC, like, after beating DKC2, DKC did not take us very long at all. It was much, much easier.
Yeah. I like, for me, like, just like the absence of a lost world would have been disconcerting, and just like, wait, what are the point of bonus levels? I don't understand. What is the structure here? There's no structure.
Yeah, no, I remember getting to the last level, in DKC for the first time and being like, okay, here we go. Like, this is gonna be intense. This is gonna be really hard. And then we got to like, in DKC1 you had those arrows that would tell you when you were near the end of the level, and I got there on my first time playing it.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. So We were very good at Donkey Kong Country games by that point.
Yeah, I guess if you've weaned yourself on DKC2 first, yeah, that does make sense. But yeah, so yeah, like I was like fully like this like towered over everything in my life, fandom wise, Donkey Kong at this point. And summer 96, getting that Nintendo Power, it was the Nintendo Power for their E3 96 issue, and it had Mario on the cover for Super Mario 64. And I remember just diving into it, like, nervous. Like, did they announce the next Donkey Kong game? Is it in here? Give me Donkey Kong Land 2 at least. Cause at this point I was like, it's been about a year since Donkey Kong Land came out. They haven't announced Donkey Kong Land 2. Is something wrong? I was starting to doubt my grand plan, this like trilogy of, this like duology of trilogies. Like, was this actually going to happen?
And that makes a lot of sense too, because like at that point, like in 1996, I remember very distinctly feeling like this point where it's like, well, the Game Boy is probably on its last legs. That thing predated like me being cognizant. That it seemed completely prehistoric to me. And I remember magazines talking about how, well, the Game Boy's, the successor will probably come out anytime now. The Virtual Boy had come out, so like you said, that seemed like it might put a damper on it. Of course, unbeknownst to us, Pokemon had already launched, but
right, exactly.
And the Game Boy had many, many years left.
I remember reading about Pokemon and Nintendo Power before it was, it even had a release date in the West, and they still called it Pocket Monsters then, because that's how they assumed they were going to bring it over here as just Pocket Monsters. They weren't going to do the Pokemon branding. But I remember just thinking, that sounds like a really cool idea for a game. It's a shame we don't have it here.
I'd love to stand in Route 1 for 50 or 60 hours raising up a Blastoise.
So, anyway, yeah, like I thumbed through that Nintendo Power and I landed on the page that had the like, I guess maybe half-page article on Donkey Kong Land 2. Diddy's Conquest, as they called it then. And I remember, like, my heart stopped, and I was like, there it is. Donkey Kong Land 2. It exists. And I remember being momentarily like this little pang of pain because they called it Donkey Kong Land 2 Diddy Kong's Quest. And I was like, is this just Donkey Kong Country 2, but on the Game Boy? But that wasn't Donkey Kong Land. And I was still really excited and intrigued. And but I was like disoriented because it wasn't what I was expecting. And, after like I fully absorbed it as much as I could, just learning about a new Donkey Kong game, I just casually like flipped back a page or two and then bam, there was a render of Dixie Kong and it said Donkey Kong Country 3 and my world exploded. And I remember feeling a little bit of disappointment for that because they were just doing the sidekick promotion thing again. Like, I wasn't expecting Donkey Kong Country 3 to just do it again. I
see. Interesting.
Yeah, like, ultimately, of course, I was extremely okay with it. But you're thinking, okay, well, Donkey Kong Country 3 will bring back Donkey Kong and maybe have Diddy Kong. And I don't know, maybe Dixie will also be playable somehow. Like, they're not going to get rid of Dixie, but I don't know how they're going to do it. But, like, learning that they're just doing that sidekick promotion again, I was like, are they running out of ideas? Which is a silly thing because it's an entirely new way to play the game, just like Donkey Kong Country 2 was. But ultimately, I was pumped. And it didn't take me but like 2 minutes to get on board with it, right? Like, oh, okay, it's Dixie's game. Diddy's not in it. Donkey's not in it. But that's fine. And there's this mysterious new baby Kong who in the Nintendo Power article, they didn't give him his name. They didn't say it was Kitty. And I don't think he was named that rare at like press time. So they just didn't provide that information. So it was like Baby Kong. What's he going to be called? Dinky Kong, but
they did have a render of him, right?
No, there was no render of him. There was nothing but screenshots of him in that article. And there's a render of Dixie from Donkey Kong Country 2, but no renders of Kitty. So Yeah, there was the screenshot of Kitty riding Ellie the elephant, which was exciting. It's like a new elephant animal buddy. Because this was also like a big part of this hype cycle, having already had Donkey Kong Country 2 to sort of set the standard of what a Donkey Kong Country sequel could be. It was basically like the next few months were doggedly trying to figure out what Kongs would be coming back, what animal buddies would be coming back, if there would be any new ones, and also the same game, Donkey Kong Country 2, speculation centered around where it would take place in the geography of the ever-expanding Rare Archipelago. So, yeah, like I already had DKC 2 to sort of like show me, well, you're not going to have every character come back. Like, because going into DKC 2, I just assumed the 5 animal buddies, or at the very least the 4 playable ones, would be back. And I assumed Cranky, Funky, and Candy would all be back. Like, I didn't think they would be like, okay, well, we're swapping Candy out for Wrinkly Kong, and here's Swanky Kong. And, Winky and Expresso are getting sidelined in favor of Radley and Squitter, and here's Clapper and Glimmer. Squawks is getting promoted. Like, that was a whole thing, a whole, like, earth-shattering revelation unto itself, that you can switch up the roster of characters. And so going into Donkey Kong Country 3, I was expecting probably even more of that than DKC 3 delivered. Like, do you think Swanky's going to be back? No, I don't know what use they would have for Swanky. Do you think Candy will be in this one, or it's going to be Wrinkly again? Stuff like that, you know? Are they going to introduce a new Kong? Like, Cranky's brother was my favorite pitch around this time. Well, they might introduce Cranky's brother. I don't know why I was hung up on Cranky having a brother, but yeah.
Well, my again, to talk about the sort of parallel experiences we were having, mine was Donkey Kong Country 3 was the first Donkey Kong hype cycle that I got to be a part of, but it was quite different from yours, because I have never known a world without the internet. My mom, I grew up having the internet in my house well before I or most other people even knew what it was. This was before the World Wide Web, so that's quite different. But my mom ran a business, like, basically installing computerized bookkeeping software, or just doing bookkeeping for local businesses, in the 80s. And because of that, like, yeah, when I was born, we had, we always had computers around. We always had modems around and dot matrix printers. And by the time, I talked earlier about 1996, the summer of 96 being the peak of my childhood obsession with Donkey Kong. Mm-hmm. Like that, and right at that same time, was about the time that I was sort of becoming aware of this whole internet thing that we had apparently just always had. But, the internet, of course, at that time was all text-based, so it's not like I could have realistically participated in it too much younger than that anyway.
Right.
But I remember we'd gotten AOL the previous fall, and I was spending a lot of time on the AOL Nickelodeon keyword Nick portal. That was kind of my first. I didn't, again, I for quite a while there, I knew about AOL, I knew about its channels, but I didn't understand that that was a walled garden, and then that there was a whole World Wide Web out there.
Right.
So, but of course, as you and I have talked about, and as has been talked about many times before in the conversation, I very distinctly remember discovering AOL keyword Nintendo with that wonderful render of Diddy Kong jumping the gate outside of a factory.
Mm-hmm.
And that portal, like the way that these things were organized in those days wasn't particularly it wasn't especially well structured. Nobody really knew how to organize information on the internet. So I remember there was this like repository of Nintendo press releases. And it just seemed like it was this like window that would pop up and you'd like scroll down, and it just seemed to go on forever. And of course, I was like 7 years old at the time, so it was all just a bunch of jargon to me for the most part. But being so obsessed with Donkey Kong, knowing there was a 1, knowing there was a 2, knowing there was a Land 1, knowing there was a Land 2, purely on a whim, I clicked the search bar at the bottom of this thing, and I very slowly hunt and pecked out on the keyboard, because I was not very good at typing either, but I very slowly typed Donkey Kong Country 3, and that press release came up.
Oh, wow.
And that was the first time I ever learned about an upcoming game release via the internet.
Wow, that's exciting, and that's just such a tactile way to discover it too. Just searching for the name.
Oh god, I was so hyped. I immediately like logged off of the internet, like ran down the street. I might have printed the press release out. I don't remember, but I ran down the street and started furiously knocking on the door of those brothers down the road. Like, guys, Donkey Kong Country 3 is happening.
See,
but I was just so excited.
And what's frustrating is that, like, the year before we were on the AOL free trial, and then I've talked about this, how my dad was like, "This isn't worth it. It ties up the phone line. You won't need this. We're getting rid of this."
This whole thing's just a fad.
It's very, very boomer energy,
Sure.
of my parents around this time. But so 1996, this whole window of time for Donkey Kong Country 3, what was like when I was offline, for the most part, and I was relying on magazines. But this is when I was really seeking out any information I could find on Donkey Kong Country 3, because Nintendo Power was still covering DKC 3, but they wouldn't shut up about the N64. And I was desperate to get any information I could, because my obsession had been ratcheted up several notches more than it had even the previous year with DKC 2 hype. And like a month after, this reveal of DKC 3 and DKL 2, we got another issue where they ran this little blurb about the brothers bear. Like Donkey Kong Country 3 is going to have bears, and you're going to have to talk to the bears and solve their problems and trade with them. And I was like, bears? Talking bears? It was also like this just very discombobulating thing, because my understanding of the world of Donkey Kong had no room for talking bears before this, but the more I processed it, the more I fell in love with it. And so all of a sudden, I was really into bears. So I can remember like that flip switching in my head. It's like, I like bears. And I think it's the very first time in my life where I really embraced that, because when you're a kid, and when you grow up in a very traditional, like, you're raised as a boy, and you have all this like boy coded stuff pushed on you. No matter how much you might be into it yourself, you get to this point where you hit a certain age and you're like, I don't want to associate with bears because that's teddy bears. That's something for babies, right? And so you push away all bear imagery, right? You're not thinking like bears are awesome. Bears live in the forest and they kick ass. You don't think like in those terms when you're a kid, because you want to be seen as a sophisticated consumer of appropriate media, right?
No, I do distinctly remember that sort of the year leading up to turning 13, just kind of getting that feeling about a lot of things, like, well, I'm too old for this, though. This is beneath me. Which
is so stupid, but that's the way you are taught to perceive things. And that's the way, like, peer pressure, like, everybody else is also going through that. And then they will use peer pressure, against you if you don't conform. So,
man, I have a very clear memory of like being in second grade. Like that starts way before or at least it did for me. That sort of peer pressure starts way before you even like are even close to being a teenager. I remember being in second grade and trying to talk to other kids about Sonic and Donkey Kong and that sort of thing, and they'd just be like, "Oh, that stuff's for babies. We want to talk about Doom and Mortal Kombat." I'm like, "Aren't we? Won't there be time for that sort of thing later?"
Well, and we brought this up before discussing Power Rangers, how I was peer pressured into not watching it because
of course, yeah.
I was too old for it because that's for babies. And I mean, this is like a show about like martial arts and kicking people in the head, kicking putty monsters in the head. And I think everybody secretly wanted to watch it. Everybody secretly wanted to be all about it, but we were just peer pressuring each other into not indulging us and to not like, no, can't do it. So childhood is stupid is what I'm saying, because we deprive ourselves of our base wants and stuff that is harmless and stuff that would bring us joy. But either we deprive ourselves of it or we keep it secret, right? Like, so I definitely can relate. But yeah, like all of a sudden bears, for the first time in my life, I was like, they're kind of awesome. They're kind of like the primates of the forest, not including Sasquatch, but like just something that was like, a tangible thing, like in my neck of the woods. Like I couldn't just go out into the forest and see a monkey or a gorilla, but I could potentially go out and see a bear. And that was a game changer for me, Josh. So,
oh yeah, we occasionally had bear sightings around here.
Yeah. So, I mean, but what that really did was it made the nature of Donkey Kong Country sort of accessible to me. And so I remember that summer being out in the woods, being out in the forest, on these like family excursions and just thinking about the Brothers Bear and just thinking about Donkey Kong Country 3 and just imagining I was in this 3D version of Donkey Kong Country 3, i.e. reality. And that really like just amped up the hype cycle, because I could now associate things in my proximity with Donkey Kong Country 3. And yeah, I was like buying all the magazines I could find. I would thumb through them in grocery store, like newsstands, like, the magazine racks. I would pick up all the video game magazines. And if there was anything about Donkey Kong Country 3, I would convince my mom I would have to get this magazine. And then I would take
being a little younger when this was still acceptable, I could get away with just kind of camping out. I would sit on the floor of the aisle in front of the magazines and just read them the entire time my parents were grocery shopping.
Oh, I would do that, but I would also have to buy them. Because I would have to take the information home with me. And I remember how exciting it was, because the first screenshot I saw of Funky's Rentals, not the interior, but just the overhead view. I guess this was the first screenshot I saw of the map screen of DKC3, was in one of these third-party magazines. It might have been Electronic Gaming Monthly, but I got it at a Toys R Us in Charlottesville, Virginia. And I took it with me and, bought it, but I took it with me. And I remember like, oh my, Funky's Rentals. And I was convinced it was on the backside of Donkey Kong Island, because I was like, there could be no other location where this would be. And you
were real into the idea of what's on the back of DK Island.
Until Donkey Kong 64 smothered it out of me.
Oh yeah, I remember even in that hype cycle, you talking about it on DK Vine.
Finally, what's on the back? And then just like, oh yeah, it's just an emptiness. It's just a waterfall and nothing else.
And but at least it's not half a castle.
Right. Talk about disappointments in 1996. So yeah, like, between that and Donkey Kong Land 2, the day I learned that Wrinkly Kong would be in Donkey Kong Land 2, a Kong helper in Donkey Kong Land 2, oh my god, I was so excited. That was the day I got my contact lenses for the very first time. Because I went to the optometrist for the contact fitting, and I had to learn how to put the contacts in, and that was a whole ordeal because you're taught not to stick your fingers in your eyes for the longest time, and then all of a sudden you got to stick your fingers in your eyes. But I had the Nintendo Power in the car showing off Kong College in Donkey Kong Land 2.
And you could see clearly for the first time.
And it was oriented slightly differently, and I was like, this is the coolest thing. and I got back to the car wearing the contact lens, the trial pair of contact lens, and I was like looking at Kong College, slightly more flat than it was like the circular orientation on the Super Nintendo. It was the coolest thing, Josh.
No, this is really cool because, like, you know, to me, as somebody who like got into it when I did, and you know, like I said, by the time we got done with DKC 2, you know, Land 2 was out, and DKC 3 was on the horizon. So the way that you like considered like what these games that you didn't know much or anything about, like what they were going to be like, is very fascinating because, you know, I don't really remember a version of the Donkey Kong franchise that didn't already have DK Land 1 and 2 in it.
Yeah.
But it makes so much sense, like, having played DK Land and going off of that, like, you'd have very different expectations on what a sequel to that game would be like than what, of course, you know, Donkey Kong Land 2 actually was.
And I think that's what really helps fuel a hype cycle, is having that basis already in your head and then building off of it from there. And that's why I think that summer of 96 hype cycle was the most tantalizing. Like all hype cycles considered, you had both Land 2 and Country 3. So you had so much pre-existing precedent, and you could really just go off in myriad of directions mentally from there. But
like, I remember before learning about Donkey Kong Country 3, my, you know, like you said, like, these things come in trilogies, and you kind of, on some level, expect that, even at that point. So I was pretty sure there was going to be a DKC 3 at some point. I figured it would be for the Super Nintendo, just because, you know, the N64 was just going to come out, so I figured we'd get one more on the Super NES. But I did think that, like, the two things I wanted, I was expecting it to be the same thing as DKC 2, where the sidekick character in the last game becomes the star of this one, and I was totally fine with that. That was the main thing I was expecting, but there was always this thought in my head, because Sonic and Knuckles had come out the previous fall, and I didn't, like we talked about earlier, I didn't have any indication. The way that was presented to me, I just kind of figured, okay, well, this game is a new game unto itself, but it has this lock-on technology that lets you plug other games into it, and now you can play as Knuckles in the past Sonic games. And I didn't really understand, like, why that had happened, or that would have been very proprietary and difficult to program.
Uh-huh.
So my hope was, my pie in the sky dream was, Donkey Kong Country 3 comes out, and it is also a lock-on cartridge, and now I can I can play as, like, DK, Diddy, and Dixie in all three Donkey Kong Country games.
Right, even though
like any combination of them,
even though the games are not designed for any of that, and
exactly,
Dixie would just completely break Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, but it's funny that want of the lock-on cartridge definitely was with me as well, because as a Nintendo kid, I saw that and I was like, that is the coolest shit ever.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. I desperately want a lock-on cartridge for Nintendo. And yeah, even things like, oh, well, Banjo-Tooie's obviously got to be a lock-on cartridge, right? Like, there's no other way they could pull off what they're talking about. Oh.
I remember reading the Speculation Center about it, and that being one of the things that you brought up. Like, okay, maybe it'll be a lock-on cartridge. Like, I remember seeing the Banjo-Tooie cartridge for the first time and being like, okay, this is it. Is it? Yeah, well, it's just a regular cartridge. Huh. How is this going to work?
Right. Just, so much disappointment there. But yeah, it's just funny. Like, you're talking about DK Vine, when that was in existence, like in the year 2000. And I'm here thinking about the summer of 96 when I was imagining communicating with fellow Donkey Kong fans like around the country or even the world. But I mean, it was the mid 90s. So I wasn't even thinking like globally yet. Like that was like pie in the sky, like beyond any reasonable capacity. But I was like, what if I had a newsletter where I could communicate with Donkey Kong fans and we could like, I could like, where does Donkey Kong Country, this article is about where DKC 3 takes place. Here's all the evidence we have so far. And just rolling this stuff over in my head and just the embers of what would become this, what we're doing right now. It just like, it really started in that summer where my hype was just unsatiable. I just had to talk about it. I had to like speculate about it, but I had no avenue to get it out, right? So,
right.
And then that brings us to the next major hype cycle, which was very different for the two of us. And this was a very short hype cycle, at least for me, but it was a very lively, impactful one nonetheless. And it was, of course, 1997 for Diddy Kong Racing. So this one, for me, it kicked off in late September, early October, 1997, and kind of culminated in release in late November 97, the week of U.S. Thanksgiving. So this was just a out of nowhere, like, are you kidding me? Kind of like experience. But this, of course, mattered so much because it birthed the DKU. Like from this point on, it wasn't just the Donkey Kong series or Rare's Donkey Kong series. It was the Donkey Kong universe. And because of that, in some ways, this wasn't just a hype cycle for this one racing adventure game that was coming out of nowhere on the N64. It was one that also looped back and ensnared both Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Quest, both of which had been announced at E3 1997 in Atlanta, Georgia, earlier that summer. And of course, I was consuming media information about both of those on the off chance that they would somehow be connected to Donkey Kong, because like I said, in this episode we did last year about Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Quest in the summer of 97, Banjo-Kazooie starred a bear that kind of looked like a Brothers bear.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been some sort of connection going on there. And so that being said, once it was confirmed that, hey, Banjo and Conker are debuting in Diddy Kong Racing, then that meant I was rabidly consuming any magazine article I could find on these three games. Even after Diddy Kong Racing came out, like that hype for Banjo and Conker was still just all consuming. So this was a shorter hype cycle, but it was one that actually stretched into the hype cycle for Banjo-Kazooie for me.
Yeah, for me, it's interesting. I remember, I said earlier, I played Donkey Kong Country. I rented it around the time it was released. I didn't have the context to really appreciate or understand it at that point. We talked, you mentioned earlier how in the summer of 96, every time you picked up a magazine, you would pick it up and you would look for Donkey Kong news.
Right.
But a lot of what they wanted to talk about was so laser focused and so hyped and so much excitement for the Nintendo 64.
Or if it was a third party magazine, not Nintendo Power, the PlayStation or like the Saturn. And I was like, what the hell is the PlayStation? Like, I've talked about this, how the PlayStation just felt like one of those weird, like, consoles you would hear about, but none of your friends would ever have. And you just think it's just gonna just go away. And it has like doesn't actually have any resonance. Like the 3DO or the Jaguar, stuff like that. Like, I don't know anybody who has that. Like, that's not a
and that was doubly true for me as still being an elementary schooler at that time, because a lot of the PlayStation's biggest hits, especially early on, like Resident Evil, weren't the kind of things that would normally appeal to kids.
Right,
So, like,
exactly.
it's very much like what the GameCube generation describes like a decade, like, well, I guess less than a decade, more like 6 or 7 years after this, where from their perspective, them and everyone they knew played and loved the GameCube. And they didn't really have the context to be like, okay, well, this thing is actually kind of struggling. This thing is, you know.
Yeah, because in your world, it is king, right? And,
right.
Yeah, so the PlayStation was always weird going through those third-party magazines because it was like going into this alternate timeline, this alternate universe where it's like, why are you talking about the PlayStation? Who cares? Nobody has this thing. I can do a head count of like 12 people I know. Nobody has a PlayStation. All right.
Right.
And eventually, of course, that reality, that falsehood kind of crumbled as the 90s progressed. And you were like, oh, I guess.
For me, it was more like nobody has a PlayStation except for that one mean teenager at the bottom of the hill.
The bottom of the hill. I love how like you live in some sort of like 1980s Spielbergian suburbia. I don't know what I'm picturing childhood Josh, but your neighborhood is very like idyllic and like I don't know. But yeah, like just that alternate reality. I think it was 97 where it started to dawn on me that, hey, the PlayStation is actually doing all right and it's going to stick around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same here, because even the third-party magazines like Next Generation Magazine that I would read were still super fucking hype for Mario 64. And, you know, we've talked about before how the way it was portrayed to us, and I think you were the one that said this, and this really resonated with me because it's exactly how I felt. The N64 was going to be so magical and so powerful and so capable that it was probably just going to be the last video game console we would ever need, because this, like, it could not get any better than this. So, you know, I brought up earlier how I didn't have context for Donkey Kong Country, and you said I could bring up non-DKU games, and this ties into Banjo for sure. I realized just the other day that I was at the perfect intersection of ages when Super Mario 64 came out. I was young enough that all of that it would hit me in that sort of like unknowable, magical, guaranteed to be nostalgic, formative way that like things can only hit you when you are below a certain age. But I was also old enough, and I'd followed the industry through magazines and through the internet enough that I had the context to understand what a revelation it really was.
Yeah.
And Banjo-Kazooie, so it was very easy, therefore, because that's how I felt about Mario 64, it was very easy for me to see, you know, I don't remember exactly when Banjo-Kazooie was first revealed, but I remember knowing about it for what seemed like a very long time. Like you said, well before Diddy Kong Racing was ever known to us, we knew, and I think we had screenshots of Project Dream. So, you know, all the magazines really had to say was like, this is a 3D platformer, it's from Rare, it's published by Nintendo, and it's sort of going to be like Rare's take on what Mario 64 was doing. And that was all I needed. Like, I was instantly going to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, whereas me, I was like, why isn't this Donkey Kong? And there was that element of like fandom warring that you know I brought up earlier in this episode, where, you know, for example, what Donkey Kong fans went through from a certain contingent of Metroid absolutist when or at the very least, angsty Nintendo fans who felt like they had something to prove when Tropical Freeze was announced. But for me, that was just like Banjo-Kazooie. No, why aren't you making 3D Donkey Kong? That's what's going to sell. That's what you need to be doing, Rare. And of course, you know, I don't know anything at this point. Like, bringing up, like, did you know Rare? what's separate from Nintendo like in 94, 95. And it was that Donkey Kong Land issue of Nintendo Power that showed off Donkey Kong Country 2, at least in print for the first time, where I really learned about Rare, because they had an article where they went to Twycross and talked to the stampers, and that really is where I started to learn, like, Rare was this wholly separate studio that were the brain trust behind Donkey Kong Country, that Nintendo, might have some oversight, might have some suggestions, but they're not really making it. And then that being said, I still viewed Rare as this hive mind, like this Rare is doing everything. Rare is making these games. Rare, like, obviously there are people, names you would recognize in the credits, but you're not thinking in terms of, well, this is the Greg Mayles team.
Sure, of course.
And
not.
then over here we've got the Diddy Kong Racing team. We've got the Conquer team, which was the Killer Instinct team. We've, you don't know that stuff yet, even though you might see like the credits of Donkey Kong Country 3 and see a lot of different names than you saw in DKC 2. You're not thinking like in terms of, oh, okay, this team went on to do something else. Like it's just Rare. It's just Rare. The magic of Rare. And so like I had this like hostility towards Banjo and Conquer, even though I did have that ember of hope that they would somehow, didn't even call it DKU at the time, but that they would be DKU. And then Diddy Kong Racing was just this magical moment where like my hopes were justified, where we're introducing Banjo and Conquer as Diddy's friends. Here you go.
Yeah, I don't think I really had. I understood that like Rare was this development house, I suppose, that was making all of these games. I don't think I really had the context at that point, or like the understanding of game development, maybe, to be like, okay, because they're making Banjo-Kazooie, that might mean that they're not currently making a 3D Donkey Kong game for the N64. But I think it was also just because Rare's output at that time was so, like, they were firing on so many cylinders, it seemed like there was nothing they could not do, Right,
and when you talk about how hitting the 3D era, the N64 really like marked the slowdown of game development, you didn't really feel it under Rare. Like, yeah, like things would struggle a bit in development, like Donkey Kong 64 would go through its different iterations behind the scenes. Conquer, of course, but they were still releasing multiple games, with a few exceptions every year.
But I remember really, when I really truly became aware of Rare and like got a better idea of what they were, was probably when GoldenEye came out. And I think it was because that was the N64 game that appealed to the sort of, to the age group and the demographic who was making a lot of noise on the internet, who was doing game journalism at that time.
Yeah.
And so at that point, that was where Rare really started to get a lot more distinction in my mind because that became how they were portrayed.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Gun-toting
Retronet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is what we called RareNet, the biggest Rare fan site when DK Vine was just starting out. And
where are they now?
Where are they now? No, they very clearly, their interest lied in the GoldenEye and Perfect Dark sort of realm, and we very much thought they weren't giving a fair shot to the 3D platformers starring googly-eyed animals, and so we were like, well, we're going to be that, and we're going to destroy them, which is so stupid because nowadays all the Rare fan sites are friends, like we're,
of course,
and I'm sure there are like people like running, I don't know, like Reddit subreddits or something where they're like, we're going to destroy DK Vine because we're the old stodgy, standbys who like refuse to evolve. But I guess that would be all Rare fandom these days, though, unless you're like just exclusively in a Sea of Thieves. But anyway, Yeah, but you learned about Diddy Kong Racing before me, Josh. Like, if we were friends back then, you would have been the one who would have broken the news to me.
I
Because
totally would have been. I would have printed out the press release and run down the street
Yeah.
and started yelling at you through the window.
you would have run across state lines.
Yeah,
until
exactly.
So, yeah, because I didn't learn about Diddy Kong Racing until Nintendo Power did the, like, last minute stop the presses article on it, because holy shit, all of our plans for the holiday season are changing. Banjo is delayed. Diddy Kong Racing has taken its place. We have to start the hype train ASAP for this game. Quick, let's do a quick article on it. And they even had like that, I think it was like the issue for, what was the game? Extreme G?
Yeah, that was definitely a cover, yeah.
Yeah. And they had this, like, on the very top of the cover, they said, something like introducing Diddy Kong Racing with like zero context. You can tell it was like last minute, like, we gotta throw something on there to hook people.
And yeah, we've learned from the development stories of these games that, yeah, it actually was pretty damn last minute.
Yeah, like we've talked about Diddy Kong Racing and its story development, but just how quickly the Diddy Kong Racing we know fell into place from E3 97 when Rare showed it behind closed doors to Nintendo, to the autumn, or late summer to autumn of 97 when it was geared up to be Nintendo's biggest holiday game. And you can tell, like, all the compromises that were being made to accommodate this, because it was Nintendo's big holiday game and it was not being published by Nintendo. It was being published by Rare. All Nintendo had was the name Diddy Kong Racing they licensed to Rare, and the characters Diddy, Banjo, and Crunch, which Nintendo had trademarks on. Crunch because he was a Kremlin, and Banjo because Banjo-Kazooie was a game they were publishing. So it was just this cacophony of, okay, that's fine. We just have to have this big game because we have nothing for Holiday 97.
No, I remember very distinctly. By 1997, I was spending just ludicrous amounts of time on the internet. I understood what the World Wide Web was. I knew how to use it. I knew how to find stuff on it. I was getting better at typing. Still kind of working on it. I could only interact with other people so much. But for better and for worse, I definitely grew up on and with the internet. I remember AOL had this thing where when you logged off, it would have like a little sign-off dialog box telling you how long you had been connected. And by the summer of 97, this was regularly going up to like above 250 minutes or more for me.
Yeah.
So I was spending a ludicrous amount of time on the internet. And I remember, I can't say for sure that it was the same day, because it was so long ago and I was very little. But I definitely remember reading I remember when the news broke that Nintendo had revealed, or was going to reveal, Diddy Kong Racing. I found a news article from IGN that was posted on August 26, 1997. And it says, N64.com discovered today that Nintendo's surprise game is Diddy Kong Racing, and received indisputable confirmation that Rare's Banjo-Kazooie will be delayed until March 1998. And then, of course, it would get delayed again. But they said 3 separate industry sources told them that Nintendo will publish Diddy Kong Racing.
Oh.
So, little bit off there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely always, it was absolutely always known and understood that at the same time Banjo's getting delayed, this game is getting revealed.
Yeah.
This thing, and this is actually before Nintendo actually revealed it. It looks like they revealed it maybe the next day. Yeah, their first impressions were posted the next day.
Oh, wow.
So this is them talking about their inside sources, or some sort of basically somebody had told them this was happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
But even this little blurb says Diddy Kong Racing will ship on November 24th of this year, parenthesis, the same date that Banjo-Kazooie would have shipped.
Right. Yeah.
And they said this was based on retail sources. So yeah, I believe, I can't remember if I saw any screenshots of it at this time. Screenshots on the internet in 1997 were still a little bit harder to come by, especially from, I guess, non-direct first-party sources. But yeah, I learned about Diddy Kong Racing, if not the very day it was revealed, then right around that same time.
Yeah, like I think maybe it was more impactful the way I learned it then about Diddy Kong Racing, with this big double-page spread in Nintendo Power with all of these screenshots.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Very colorful, and then, of course, it's not spoken. Like, they don't make any reference to it in the article, but that roster screenshot showing Banjo and Conker there. And, of course, both of those characters are, like, imprinted in my brain the amount of time I've spent analyzing them that summer, like, looking for any connection to Donkey Kong. And then here they both are. I recognize them even in these, like, low poly forms. Like, there they are. And I'm just like, oh my god, Banjo-Kazooie is delayed and we're getting Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo is debuting in Diddy Kong Racing. And you know what that means? And then I start, like, espousing my, like, sitcom shared universe philosophy to, like, anybody within earshot. But this was very exciting and very validating. And like, going into, like, Holiday 97, you're thinking we're not going to get anything. Like, you're hyped about Donkey Kong Land 3, but I don't think I'm going to get anything that year. Like, this is the first summer 97, where I don't really have much to like chase. Like, they announced Donkey Kong Land 3 at that E3, but they didn't show any screenshots in Nintendo Power. So I was just like, Donkey Kong Land 3 has been announced, but I don't have anything to go off of. And
so really, yeah, until Diddy Kong Racing, because, you know, Banjo-Kazooie was going to be in that Donkey Kong Country, you know, late November spot.
Yeah.
For that year, but until Diddy Kong Racing, like, it's not that you were completely not uninterested in Banjo-Kazooie, but you just didn't see it on that same level.
Right, because it was kind of like this other Rare property where, of course, I was interested in Rare, but it was like Killer Instinct level, where I was just like, I'll probably enjoy it, and probably enjoy it more so than Killer Instinct, because Killer Instinct's a fighting game and this is a 3D platformer, but it's not my series.
I was much more excited about it than you, about Banjo at that point, than I think you were. And partially because, like, to me, Killer Instinct, that was the purview of the mean teenagers down the hill, like I said. that wasn't my video games, you know.
At least you lived up the hill from them, so, you know.
Yeah, true.
They couldn't get you as easier.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like, then going into Diddy Kong Racing, like I said, is a very short hype cycle and a bit different in that it was all confined for me into, like, the month and a half before the game actually came out. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it and really speculate about it. It was like, bam, here it is. Bam. Mm-hmm. Here it is.
Yeah, even as a kid, it seemed pretty dang quick.
Yeah, and what really sticks out in my mind is how it was but a prelude for the Banjo-Kazooie hype, how both kind of blended into each other. And you had Conker as well, but Banjo was, of course, more immediate. Banjo-Kazooie was supposed to come out early 98, which then got pushed to late June 1998. And Banjo-Kazooie, once I was fully on board with Banjo-Kazooie, and especially once Diddy Kong Racing came out and I got to know Banjo a little bit better, yeah, and, you know, all of that. And I was really looking forward to Banjo-Kazooie because this was the first time that the DKU was truly expanded into a shared universe. And so this was also a bit of a different timetable than I was used to, because instead of the hype cycle being confined to the summer months going into the autumn, going into November, this was now like the winter and spring going into the heart of summer, like the true official start of summer, late June. And so all of a sudden, like, it was kind of reversed where I was now having the big game for that year in the middle of summer. That was crazy. So that was a little bit different. But I remember like poring over all the information for Banjo-Kazooie. This was still right before I was online. I got online later that year, post Banjo-Kazooie's release. And I talked about on the episode we did for the 25th anniversary of Rareware that, you know, I discovered Rareware once Banjo-Kazooie came out, and then Elliot, my friend, my childhood friend, and I were trying to find answers to the ice key and the eggs. Like, what's about them? And we were on his computer, and his family was on AOL at that point. They'd just gotten on, and so we were able to find Rare's website, which was huge thing. If you want more details on that, go back to listen to that episode that I did with Cameron. But
yeah, that was a great episode.
Just poring over all the information about Banjo-Kazooie and Nintendo Power, which, by the way, I was a subscriber to Nintendo Power since late 95 at this point. So this was still my primary source for all Nintendo information and DKU information. And so
for Diddy Kong Racing, then I'm sure you've talked about this before, but you did get the Hot Topic VHS.
I did. I didn't like it.
Not the mall Hot Topic, but the
yeah. I did not like that VHS. I felt it was talking down to me.
That was the first of the Nintendo Power VHSs that I did get. So.
Oh yeah. So I also gotten the one for the N64 a year earlier, where they're showing off Super Mario 64 and like Pilot Wings, and I remember that was kind of obnoxious, but it was still very much geared towards that kind of Gen X, like grunge aesthetic.
Oh yeah, it definitely was.
Similar to the one from 94 with Josh Wolf, DKC Exposed. Maybe
it's funny how in those two tapes you can see the cultural difference between, I think, the mid-90s and the late 90s, even just between 96 and 97.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. So going from that N64 one, where they introduced like the world's best gamers to play the N64, which was just, you know, actors or whatever, but you didn't know any better. And then the next year, it is very much like the late 90s, where like the Backstreet Boysification of culture was starting to take effect, and everything
is very intentionally cheesy and saccharine.
Yes, and everything's got this more polished sheen to it than it had just a year prior, where everything was still very much extreme.
Right.
And I tried to do that in the like ECW intro voice, and it about damn near wrecked my throat, which, wow, that is hardcore. But yeah, you got like, then like just everything, like I said, everybody got a haircut and started like gelling their hair and frosting their tips and, wearing polos, and everything just became clean cut in a way that would have been just the complete antithesis of what the 90s were earlier that year. And it really bugs me, Josh, as a certified 90s kid, where 90s nostalgia, I don't know if you've noticed this, but whenever they milk 90s nostalgia and lean on 90s imagery, they only ever go with the very early 90s, which was effectively the late 80s. Or they go with the tail end of the 90s, which was effectively the early aughts.
Yeah, like the entirety of the 90s did not look like the Saved by the Bell intro.
Or it did not look like this like very like I don't even know how to describe it, but it's like this very like turn of the millennium kind of
like
vibe.
The Y2K aesthetic.
Yeah. No, like the bulk of the 90s was weird fonts, lots of purples and greens and fisheye lens and
for sure.
Like I don't know how to properly express it unless you live through it, but they are selling you a bill of goods for 90s nostalgia that is not accurate to what the heart of the decade was. And they don't get this wrong with the 80s or the aughts. I don't know why the 90s is so hard. Maybe because the fonts are so hard to replicate. I don't know.
Well, I think it's also sort of the case that a lot of the reason that the imagery of the 90s changed so quickly was because that was the decade where computer graphics went from being, and this definitely affected video games big time.
Yeah.
It's the decade where computer graphics went from being something that, like, was sort of unknown, or was basically in the 90s. If you look at the games that came out in 1990 versus the games that came out in 1999, we went from like Mega Man 4 to Shenmue.
Right.
in less than 10 years.
Right.
So, and I think a big part of like the way that things looked in the 90s, the way that movies looked, the way that advertisements looked, the ways that the tools that artists had to create art just went through such a rapid upheaval and overhaul that's a big part of why, like we said, you can feel such a cultural difference if you live through it, even just between 1996 and 1997.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, just a little pet peeve of mine as somebody who lauds the play it loud era of Nintendo, primarily just for the associations with Donkey Kong Country. But yeah, 90s nostalgia, it's a very particular thing, and it's not being accurately represented. So, trust us. We're certified 90s kids with a Z.
With a Z.
Thing about Banjo-Kazooie that I remember, the hype going into it was that, yeah, it really felt like this huge thing that, I'm not waiting till November. I'm going to get to play this during the summer when I'm off. That's weird. Mm-hmm. And not that I wouldn't play all these games that would be released in November in the summer, but this was brand new. And it was just something to like, this felt like a November game that was coming out in June because it was supposed to be a November game. But the hype for it being the first true like DKU spin-off game, right? I remember the big question was not, I wonder if this takes place on the back of Donkey Kong Island. It was, I wonder if this takes place in the Northern Hemisphere. But the big question actually was, I wonder what DKU characters might appear in Banjo-Kazooie other than Banjo. Mm-hmm. So I was like, what Diddy Kong Racing characters might show up? I wonder if Donkey Kong will show up. And I remember I was convinced that Donkey Kong would definitely be making a cameo in Click Clock Wood, of all things. And this is because Nintendo Power, I think it was Nintendo Power, they coyly hinted that you might be running into some familiar faces in Click Clock Wood. And you're like, who could they mean? Well, they mean Donkey Kong, right?
Sure.
And I think what they meant was the naughty, the beaver of Donkey Kong fame that you have to help out in Click Clock Wood. But yeah, obviously Tip Top did show up, which was really exciting. That was, I think that was spoiled for me in Nintendo Power before the game came out, which you don't think of that in terms of spoilers at that age, at that time, where if a magazine just tells you before it comes out, well, then that can't be a spoiler. That's part of the hype. At least in my opinion. But yeah, and then, of course, I got the John Lovitz VHS tape in the mail.
Yeah, weirdly, after getting the Diddy Kong Racing VHS, I did not get the John Lovitz tape.
So, I don't really know the breakdown of it. I think it had to do... I don't think Nintendo Power actually mailed them to their subscribers. I think it was Toys R Us. If Toys R Us had your info on file, you might have got the John Lovitz tape. But
I do remember seeing it because Blockbuster, this is also how I'd seen the N64 tape. I think it was Blockbuster. Some movie renting place around us had this deal where they had these tapes and you could rent them for free.
Wow.
Right? Because they were basically just advertisements for Nintendo. So
no, they were works
Nintendo
of art.
Or Toys R Us or somebody was probably just paying them to stock them and do that.
See, here's the thing though, Josh. Out of the entirety of 1998, I feel like the Banjo-Kazooie VHS was the highest form of cinema I consumed that year. So, advertisement, maybe. Quality work of art, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that to in any way denigrate the good name of John Lovitz or the Banjo-Kazooie VHS. I'm speculating on why the movie Why Blockbuster or the video rental stores might have been doing this.
And of course, like, I love that VHS because, one, it didn't have bad acting in it. It was all narration over footage of the game. And being a media savvy kid, like beyond my years at that time, which, you know, when you're like up on like adult pop culture or things that like were like decades before your time when you're a kid, you're precocious. It's a novelty. When you're that way, when you're in your 30s, then you're old. And it sucks. It sucks. Like, oh, like, let me talk about, like, stuff that happened 60 years before I was even alive. Shut up, boomer. I'm like, no, I just know history. Shut up, boomer. I'm not a boomer.
Listen, 90s nostalgia is not being accurately portrayed, and we need to do something about this.
Right, I am complaining about my youth, but it's completely different than when my parents did it. So, anyway, I knew who Jon Lovitz was. I knew he was on Saturday Night Live. I knew he was the voice of the critic. Like, I knew exactly who he was, and I was excited. I recognized that voice anywhere, and I was excited that they got him for the Banjo-Kazooie VHS tape, because that is validating. That is validation.
Dude, I know exactly what you mean. Like, I did not know any of that. I don't think I knew who Jon Lovitz... To this day, I don't think I would know who Jon Lovitz was if not for DK Vine. But I do know what you mean, especially at that time, because video games and video game culture was so often still thought of as being kiddie stuff. And even if it wasn't kiddie stuff, it was so niche. It was so separate from the rest of mainstream culture. So any time that you saw gaming portrayed in even a remotely positive light or having any sort of association with quote-unquote the real world, it was exciting and it was validating.
Exactly, yeah. And, you know, just having Jon Lovitz, this figure that I knew of, that I knew was a big deal, even if none of my friends did. Like, I was the one, like, explaining to Ellie, this is Jon Lovitz. And he was like, who? And I was like, the critic? What?
Hello?
He was on SNL for several years. What? What's SNL? You know, so I was like, yeah, I've never seen it either, but I know of it because I read about it in magazines. Because I absorb things like a sponge. Anyway, so yeah, very, very cool, very exciting. Of course, the way that VHS tape started with Jon Lovitz saying, like, first, there was Donkey and Diddy Kong. Then Diddy and Dixie. Dixie and Kitty. And you just think in your head,
Mario
like,
and Yoshi. Okay, you get the picture.
Right. Ignoring the Mario and Yoshi part, you're like, it really helps solidify that Donkey Kong connection to all of this. Like, of course, this is the next iteration in the DKU. Jon Lovitz is selling it as such. So yeah, just that whole hype going from Diddy Kong Racing to Banjo-Kazooie, it felt like this one long unbroken thing with, like, that ultimately resulted in 2 games that came out in, you know, a year's time that would both go on to shape and redefine my life in numerous ways.
Yeah, I remember years ago, I was doing like a countdown of like my top 10 games of 2017. And for my ukulele video on that one, there's this 30-second thing at the top where I do a parody of that Jon Lovitz
I think
intro.
I remember this, yeah.
And that thing took me, because I was like going back and forth between like the VHS and the editing and like figuring out the fonts and figuring out how to time everything exactly the same way. For whatever reason, I just kind of hyper fixated on that for way too long.
Oh yeah.
Those 30 seconds took me like 2.5 hours to edit.
Isn't that the worst when you get like so in the weeds on some very small thing, but for whatever reason in your brain, that part has to be perfect. That part has to be flawless. And it just completely derails your schedule. I hate it.
And then like the entire rest of the video took me like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I've been there, except I edit videos much slower, and part of the reason why I don't have as much video content, unless you back us on Patreon. Anyway, yeah, that magical time. But of course, like, all hype cycles would pale, or at least I thought they would, compared to what I want to discuss next. Now, this is a hype cycle, an official hype cycle, that lasted from January 1st, 1999 to November 22nd of that year. 11 months, all told, that were built on a pre-existing 3 years or so of speculation, and ultimately saw the creation of DK Vine as a response. Donkey Kong 64 was both a game that I had been waiting to hear about since 1995, and it was the very first time I followed a game online. This was my first game on the internet, full time, permanently ensconced on the World Wide Web, from the announcement to the release. This is the first time where I wasn't relying on Nintendo Power's hand-me-downs. I was getting the news exactly as it broke. Not waiting for some E3 and then the news to get ferried out to me like a month later. No, I was getting it the day it broke.
New Year's Day 99.
What a huge feeling, and out of nowhere too. Like, you by this point you were already conditioned to expect all announcements to happen at E3, right? Like that's when it happens. You're not really getting anything else. But then that New Year's, we got Donkey Kong 64, Mario Party was announced as coming out, Super Smash Brothers, like just all of this craziness that would have such a large impact on our fandom. And that's
so strange. Even today, it's so strange that all of this would come out on a holiday.
Right. And what's even weirder is Smash Brothers, they weren't even planning to release that in the West initially. But and stuff like Mario Party, they already knew about this stuff in Japan and we didn't know about it, even though we were online. And I'm
they were concerned Smash Brothers was going to be too violent.
But I'm the idea that there would be this degree of separation between the West and Japan when it comes to game news. Nowadays we know exactly everything that's coming out together. But there was two separate internets then almost. What?
Yeah, I mean most games nowadays come out, if not the same day, then at least within a couple of weeks of each other worldwide.
Yeah, I just had to do the anniversary social media post for Toadstool Tour the other day, and I had to check. I was like, okay, it's the 20th anniversary in the US, but when did it actually first come out? And it actually first came out in the US. It beat out Japan and other territories by several months. So
yeah, that sort of thing always throws me off, because my memory the way my memory works is extremely chronological. I remember, okay, this was happening at this time, and then this game came out at this specific time. So especially if it's in a case where a game came out in a year before it came out here, I'll see people on social media being like, oh, it's the anniversary of the release of I don't know, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver that was released in 2009. And I'm like, what? No, it wasn't. That was 2010, because I so specifically remember where I was and who I was and what I was doing, at these times. It always throws me off if it's something that I personally experienced.
Right, and I remember when Pokemon had its 25th anniversary celebrations 2 years ago, and what are you talking about? Pokemon's a 1998 game.
Exactly. because it was to us who experienced it that way.
Right. So yeah, I run into that problem all the time. With me, it's a very minor one, but Mario Kart 64, of course, came out late 96 in Japan, but I associate it as the early 97 game, which is when we got it. And even though the title screen says,
what was it, February of 97, I think?
Yep. Even though the title screen says, 1996, I'm like, nope. 97. and of course it's married then with Diddy Kong Racing, the opposite ends of the calendar. You got Mario Kart 64, and then you got Diddy Kong Racing. So
yeah, those press releases, the IGN stuff I was looking at earlier, and I think even the Nintendo Power issues, it was unavoidable to not even Nintendo could avoid the comparisons that they knew were going to be drawn to Mario Kart 64, and indeed that's what was happening in the press as well.
Yeah. But Donkey Kong 64, oh my god, like this was like talk about like where we're at now, right? Like where we know Donkey Kong is in development, but we don't know. Mm-hmm. We know, but we can only know so much. So that doubt starts creeping in. With Donkey Kong 64 was kind of the same way on a much smaller scale, where we knew, obviously Rare was doing it. It had been rumored even before they actually were working on it. But, and then when Rareware started up in 98, like Lee Loveday would just openly talk about it. He like inscribes, and then I think even in their, frequently asked questions, like, are you working on Donkey Kong 64? And he was like, of course we are. We're just not ready to talk about it yet. I mean, that level of openness is unthinkable today. But
it absolutely is, yeah. But I think you could get away with it at that time because like we were talking about earlier, nobody understood how to leverage the internet or what you could do with it.
It really was like you were on like this like inside track that nobody else really knew about. Like oh my, like I'm privy to all this stuff. I'm talking to the L Loveday from the credits.
To go back to 1998 movies, it was the Wild Wild West.
I do find myself nostalgic. Obviously, there's things I don't miss, like taking 4 hours to watch a video or dial up. But I do miss that kind. Like I think it was our own David Thomas Lynch who put it so succinctly. I miss when the internet was weird instead of racist. Yeah. So, and now, like, when everybody's online, when it's such a ubiquitous part of our culture and society, it doesn't have that level of, like, okay, here's the inside club. Yeah, we're working on the new Donkey Kong game. Can't tell you about it yet, but don't worry. Wink, wink. You're not going to get that from Nintendo. Like, you know, it's just not going to happen. So, that hype cycle for DK64, once we saw that first screenshot of Diddy in the minecart with the club wielding Kremlin, and that was so cool.
Yeah, beautiful screenshot, by the way. Absolutely, like there's a cinematography to it that I think is really impressive.
Those early screenshots for DK64, like through the spring, they were never lacking for beauty. Like you really thought this was going to be the greatest game of all time, just based on the way it looked compared to other N64 games. It just looked magnificent. And then I remember distinctly, like every time there would be a new screenshot, you would learn a little bit more, but not a whole lot. Cause I don't think they really were talking about Donkey Kong 64 that much until we got to the midway point of the year. And then that's when we really started getting information, like a traditional hype cycle would be. But we were getting screenshots here or there. Like in the spring, we got our first screenshot of Chunky Kong, like devoid of all context of who this character was. It was just Chunky Kong. I think the minecart track in, Fungus Forest or Fungi Forest. I always mix up the two. But
easy to do.
Yeah. But I see Chunky Kong. I don't know who Chunky Kong is at this point. I'm like, who the hell is this? Is this Kiddy Kong?
That would have been the very natural, like of course that's what you'd think, you know?
They aged up Kiddy Kong, of course, because it's been 2 years since we've last seen Kiddy Kong in Donkey Kong Land 3. Of course, he's gotten older. Just naturally. And of course, Donkey Kong 64 would play with time in other ways, like killing off Wrinkly Kong, but we didn't know that at the time. And, yeah, like I remember the summer of 99. And of course, at this point, this is actually a little bit blurry. Like I've got a pretty good memory when it comes to this stuff and associating key points of my fandom with other like moments in my life that I'm able to like pull from and connect. And oh, well, that happened then because this is like I said, like the Donkey Kong Land 2 article I read the day I got contact lens for the first time. Like that's just the way my brain works. And it's just very chronologically focused, like a narrative, right? Like, but
sure.
DK64 is actually harder to draw from in the same way because I was busy helping to co-create DK Vine at the time. And so I was actually busier. I was actually so focused on getting all of that up that everything's kind of a little bit more haphazard and blurry. And processing all of this stuff through both online, like this was also the first game I was completely consuming online. Like I was not picking up magazine articles about Donkey Kong 64 because I didn't need to, because I had Rareware. I had Nintendo.com. There was no need. And because of that, I don't think things really resonated with me as much as they would have prior to this.
But like the really cool thing though is that, you know, despite being so busy, that does mean that now you can go back and you can see what you were actually saying about DK64 during the hype cycle.
I refuse to read any of that early nonsense from DK Vibe.
No, see, I love that shit. I love, like, I'm about to get to the point with some of the series that I cover where I can actually show the words that I said at the time, and I can kind of react to them.
Yeah.
I've already done a little bit of that. And, like, I think, I mean, I get that it's embarrassing in a lot of cases, too. For sure, some of the things I've said I don't agree with anymore. But at the same time, I think it's really cool to just, like, have a record of that. Of like, this is like, I don't even have to speculate on how I felt or what I was thinking. Like, I have it here. I can go back and look at it.
Josh, you never said that Donkey Kong 64 was the greatest game ever made. So, I
did say that Sonic 06's plot was great.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. I was about to say you need to check your privilege here, but I think we're in the same boat then. We're
right, yeah.
We both have the egg on our face. No. What I do remember, though, is I remember going to the beach that summer. Because that was still like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm still basically a kid. Still going to do summer things, like go to the beach with my parents before just everything becomes doldrums of work. And
question for a fellow 30-year-old. Did you still think of yourself as a kid at that time? Or do you now just look back and you're like, oh no, I was still totally a kid?
I was very much dreading growing up because you think you think you're gonna have to say goodbye to all of this stuff that you still very much like you're gonna have to put on a suit.
That's
and tie.
What my dad told me. Yeah,
you're gonna have to put on a suit and tie and get life insurance and worry about things like aluminum siding. Like, oh, we really need to replace the aluminum siding. This is when you think you're gonna have a house, when you don't realize that the American dream has been fully salted years before you, but they're not telling you this.
Right.
You know, so you think you're just going to have all of these like stupid boomer concerns that won't really matter to you, but also because your generation and the generations that come after you are going to realize that it's all stupid nonsense and that we're going to completely eschew what our parents so steadfastly believed. And maybe there is some validation in some of that, like, but you don't have to go all in on being an adult just because you're an adult. It's the same lame peer pressure that we thought, oh, well, I'm 12 now, so I can't like this. I can't like Power
the amount of times that fucking, when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Yeah.
Like Bible verse was quoted at me.
Right.
And my parents were not particularly religious, but just in terms of trying to encourage me to grow up and put away the video games and focus on things that really matter. Yeah, I know what you mean very well.
I got into trouble with that quote because I was suffering from heat stroke after Bonnaroo and I was in a hotel room and I was reading the hotel Bible for kicks. And I came upon that passage and I was like, that would be a fun DK Vine social media post because obviously I'm not going to put away childish things. So I photographed myself reading that and I photographed myself putting the Bible in the trash, not thinking that, you know, it's going to, sincerely insult, Christians of devout faith. I was just making a joke about me being a man-child.
Sure.
Lesson learned. I didn't really have the best social media etiquette until, let's say, 2018 or so. And then I was like, oh, wait, I have to be a responsible person spouting stuff online. And then as I looked at the world burning around me, Wait, the internet isn't just this private clubhouse. It's actually everywhere now, and people pay attention and emulate you. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I should be a good custodian of what I put out there. Anyway, so yeah, but yeah, it's just all it's all a bunch of malarkey, isn't it? It just like what you like. If you're not hurting anybody, then why are you so concerned?
Yeah, and I'm really glad that in the last 10 to 20 years, really, you've really seen that shift in the culture of like, okay, it is totally okay to continue to like quote unquote childish things and to continue to care about the things that you've always cared about.
Hey, I am I am starting to get some gray hair, and I don't know what an IRA is. I don't know, and I don't want to know, quite honestly, because I've never seen that bring joy to anybody talking about their IRA. So you know what? Not going to worry about it.
Whatever it is, we probably can't afford it anyway.
Exactly. I don't have the money to invest in my IRA.
But to bring it all the way back to DK64, this is kind of where our parallel paths diverge, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the episode. But to me, 1999 was really the point where, for whatever reason, well, actually, no, not for whatever reason. I almost said that, and then I realized, no, I know the reason. The N64, and indeed that whole generation, suddenly became kind of old news to me.
Old news 64?
Old news 64. Not that I wasn't still playing my N64, not that I wasn't still enjoying it, but I just remember, like, Ocarina of Time came out. Yeah. And that really seemed like, and I didn't even at that time like Ocarina of Time all that much. I was like, okay, well, everybody says this is a masterpiece, so it must be, but I don't really entirely get it myself. I always liked Banjo better. Wonder I ended up on DK Vine. But the big reason for that was actually because I was by this point totally swept away in the hype cycle of the Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the only, because the Saturn was what it was, and because I was so young for the Genesis, the Dreamcast was the one and only Sega console that I kind of got to be entirely cognizant for, and that I kind of got to, like, attach my fandom to. So that was where, like, from like mid to late 98 onward, that was where a large majority of my attention was, because it came out in Japan at the end of 98 and then came out almost a year later in September of 99 in the US.
Wow, it's so weird, because I just think of the Dreamcast as like the year 2000. Like, I don't know why, and maybe because I was so focused on Donkey Kong 64 that anything else just didn't matter.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like I was about to tell you the story. Like, I went to the beach, and I remember passing a seafood restaurant, and it had might have been a marlin, but I thought it was a swordfish on the sign. And I remember thinking about the screenshot of Cranky's Lab that was on Rare's website, and you could see the skeleton of a fish behind them that looked like a swordfish or maybe a marlin. And I remember thinking, is Engard dead? and this is the way my hype cycle is manifesting for Donkey Kong 64, because like you think Donkey Kong 64 is going to be the biggest, the best, just the like pinnacle of everything that they've been building to since Donkey Kong Country. So it's going to have the most expansive cast, but not everybody can be in it. And so they're probably going to have to kill off some characters. And I could see Rare doing that. And well, it looks like Engard's dead, and Cranky's got his skeleton on the wall. And the thing is, that sounds ludicrous, but like a month later, we learned that Wrinkly was dead.
Yeah, it would not have been that far out of the realm of possibility. And by the way, I've always loved when the first time you see Wrinkly in DK64, it's such a shit post. She's just like, oh yeah, well, I died since Donkey Kong Country 3, just to totally break the fourth wall in two like that.
She doesn't even call it Donkey Kong Country 3, she calls it DKC3. Like,
She does, doesn't she? My god.
She's using, like, industry and fan abbreviations to announce that she's died.
Like, that meta aspect of the games not being afraid to acknowledge what they were was always something I really loved about, like, the tone of Rare games.
Yeah. So
I think that's why I love Donkey Kong Land's story so much.
So yeah, Josh, I wasn't focused on the Dreamcast. I didn't even know, honestly, that the Dreamcast, like, I knew of it, like, nebulously, but I didn't know when it was coming out. Didn't really matter to me because I had to find out if Engard the Swordfish was indeed dead and on Cranky's wall. And it's just amazing to me, like, how we talk about how, like, a couple years before, you don't think the PlayStation is amounting to anything when it's really like this huge runaway success, eclipsing Nintendo and definitely eclipsing Sega at that point. But how, like, insulated my world was by late 1999, how completely in the throes of my fandom that I was then helping to self-generate online through DK Vine, like how just how closed off I was making my own reality at that point, and I was just completely detached from the true nature of if people go back and look at, like, video games in 1999, they will not be talking about the same things that I'm talking about, or probably even that you're talking about at this point. I mean, more largely that what you're talking about, but even then, you know, I don't know. I feel like we both have a tendency to just go off into our own delusions.
I mean, I do. I can't remember. Let me see here. Donkey Kong 64 was the 5th best-selling video game of 1999, so it's not that it wasn't a big deal.
And it came out in November 1999, so that's impressive that it reached that metric so late in the year.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, but yeah, the other big thing that was sort of like, so, you know, I had to wait all this time for the Dreamcast because it was out in Japan. It was a year away, and I remember distinctly the day it came out. The day that it came out in Japan, thinking, "Oh my god, how am I going to survive this insurmountable length of time?" And the answer was Pokemon. Because, you know, you were a teenager by this point, so, like, I'm sure to you've talked before, the way that Nintendo's whole, their whole tone shifted so hard in the direction of Pokemon was very alienating to you.
And the thing is, I liked Pokemon, Josh. Like, I liked Pokemon. I just thought, okay, it's a bit much.
Sure. And it was. But I was the absolute perfect age for Pokemon at that time. Yeah. And it hit me like a freight truck. So I had no chance of not being a gigantic fan of those early Pokemon games.
And Pokemon was, like, something I still very much liked, but I think that was the first time where I could feel the culture shifting away from what I was so heavily invested in, and how alienating that felt, how, like, what is happening, the ground is shifting underneath my own feet, and I'm going to be pissy about it.
And that's what I would feel big time and be very pissy about indeed a few years later when the Dreamcast very quickly died, and then the GameCube wasn't what I thought it would be. Yeah. And then I just kind of was very disillusioned with video games for a little while there.
The Rare buyout happened. Yeah. Yeah. And of course that really, like, what was the salt in our wounds because of the hype cycle I want to briefly address. E3 2001. Now, this wasn't a hype cycle for any particular game. If we're going to assign it any identity, it will be for Donkey Kong Racing. But this is the E3, as you alluded to at the top of the show, Josh, in your little comedy routine. This was the E3 where we got Donkey Kong Racing, Diddy Kong Pilot, Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. We found out that Dinosaur Planet was Star Fox Adventures, but Tricky was still in it, so we're still good. This is where Saberwolf GBA was announced, but we wouldn't classify that as DKU until just last year. So, but still, it was a huge, monumental E3. And of course, we had no way of knowing that the buyout was going to be coming in like a short, 15, 16 months from then. So all of that hope, all of that dream, like this, it felt like the culmination of everything we had been hoping for, everything I had been hoping for when I first started fantasizing about like the DKU, when I first sat with that Nintendo Power in the summer of 1995 and started thinking about all the branches that could come about from Donkey Kong Country. And
just the idea that Crimlantis is going to be in Donkey Kong Racing, thinking about it from that perspective, it comes full circle here.
They would be reveling in obscure continuity that only freaks like me would care about. And that like we were getting a handheld Banjo game, like Banjo was still going strong, and it just felt like, it's kind of alienating that like Pokemon took the world by storm and Donkey Kong is just an also rad, but Rare's got our backs. So long as we have Rare, we are in great shape. And then the buyout happened, and it was, that was the very first time where I really felt like I almost have to be there for my community. Cause I was already like moving away from DK Vine at that point, but I was like, no, the world needs DK Vine now more than ever. And that was the very first time I had that kind of responsibility pang in my heart. Like, oh, I guess I have to be the big brother here and be there for everyone, because everybody is scared and disillusioned right now because we're not going to get Donkey Kong Racing. We're not going to get Diddy Kong Pilot. We're not going to get Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers, which I was excited about. I don't care what anybody else was saying. I thought Coconut Crackers was thrilling because it just meant Donkey Kong could be anything. Donkey Kong could be a 2D platformer, 3D platformer, racing game, puzzle game. I still very much want to get back to that point where Donkey Kong can be anything, and it's just not Mario having everything.
Yeah, it has like that it almost seemed like it was going to have that malleability that of course Mario has, but also something like Kirby.
Or even Pokemon, because Pokemon gets everything, and we got a taste of that, even if it never came to fruition. And like the only game we didn't get in some form was Donkey Kong Racing, the big one, the one we were most excited about. It became Saberman Stampede, and then it became dead. But we still got Grunty's Revenge unaltered. We still got Diddy Kong Pilot. Arguably, it went through development hell back and forth, became something really promising with the voxel build of Banjo Pilot, and then we just got the lesser Banjo Pilot. Yeah, somehow on Banjo Pilot, I remember very clearly seeing the video of the voxel build being posted on the forums. Yeah, I was still very much a lurker at that time. I'd only posted a handful of times, but I remember seeing the voxel build. Somehow I didn't ever see the fact that had gotten changed back. And so when I bought Banjo Pilot, I was expecting it to be the voxel. Oh, I'm sorry. Still be like that. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's just man, I found my Banjo Pilot cartridge just a couple of weeks ago. And it's funny, I don't remember playing this as much as I clearly did. Yeah. But I really did get very far on it. It's not very memorable. And I think the people who made it will be the first to tell you that. And there's a lot of heartbreak in Banjo Pilots, but they had a great idea and they were really pushing the hardware. The fact that Rare could create something as beautiful on the Game Boy Advance as that voxel build, which, by the way, played fine. It just, anyway, I'm not going to belabor us with that. But it kind of made sense because I got to thinking about it. This would have been, it came out just a few weeks after I would have gotten Donkey Konga for Christmas. Oh, so it's not like I had much to sink my teeth into. Oh my God. Anyway, I would argue we got It's Mr. Pants instead of Coconut Crackers, which was one of the very few upgrades. As much as I wanted Coconut Crackers, It's Mr. Pants, I'm never going to turn up my nose at that evolution. Anyway, yeah, E3 2001 was like this. It almost was like too much to be one hype cycle because we were just getting like what Mario fans must feel or what Pokemon fans must feel. In my head, I know in actuality that's not how they're feeling, but like, oh my god, like we're getting everything. Like
it's like you're in the Nexus from off of Star Trek Generations, and you're just being given everything that you could ever dream of. But,
right.
But there's
right.
this part of your brain that's like, is this too good? Is this
right.
too much?
You're in the good place, and like your every desire is being catered to, and you can't feel pleasure anymore because that's all you're receiving, and. You've got to have a little bit of angst. You've got to have a little bit of heartbreak and angst. You've got to work for it, feel the sweat to really appreciate it. That being said, if I could go back and get all of that, probably wouldn't a heartbeat. Not to poo-poo any of the stuff we've gotten since then, because I very much like a lot of Rare's Xbox output. I love Sea of Thieves. I love Ukulele Impossible. I'm not begrudging how our timeline actually, unfurled, but Donkey Kong.
I just had an idea for a question I wanted to ask you, and then I was almost immediately like, but that could kind of be an episode unto itself.
Oh,
so
well, go ahead.
We'll come back to that.
No, that's a good preview of episodes to come. Then that will generate our own hype cycle for our listeners. Go ahead.
The question was going to be, okay, so, you said you'd go back and change this in a heartbeat. You'd go back to E3 2001 and do this. One thing that I find very interesting, and I think I've talked with Cameron about this, on the Geek Critique Discord server, and talked about them with it in general. As we know, Activision was at some point pretty close to buying Rare. And I think if it had been Activision instead of Microsoft, that probably would have been very good in the short term and very bad in the long term.
Yeah.
Because if a third-party publisher had been the ones to buy Rare, they would have still been very much able to work on Nintendo consoles. There is a possibility that we still would have gotten Donkey Kong Racing, that we still would have gotten all of this stuff in some form. And I say it would be bad in the long term because, of course, Activision. Inevitably being owned by Activision, right. Rare, if they existed at all, would exist as a Call of Duty like studio exclusively, like everything else Activision's bought. So yeah, I think it would be interesting to have an episode where we sort of walk down an alternate timeline and see how things would have been different. For
sure. I will say that the one instance in our timeline that we've seen a Donkey Kong game under the auspices of Activision, well, that was canned in favor of, what was it, Destiny development?
We got a little bit of that anyway.
We got a taste of it anyway, so yeah. And obviously, like, I wouldn't trade the continued health and vitality of Rare for anything. Like, even Donkey Kong Racing back then, because I would still very much have Sea of Thieves today and the promise of Everwild or whatever else they may be developing, than losing out on the studio entirely or losing out on the possibility of Playtonic. Like, how things broke down for us, we still have the creatives that we love making games. So... Not going to try to mess with that formula whatsoever.
Sure.
But yeah. So like from there, like hype cycles for the rest of the aughts, Josh, for me, of course I would get hyped about games, but it never captured the same fervor that they would in the 90s. Especially because like the big Donkey Kong game of the GameCube era was Jungle Beat, which didn't have any returning anything. So there's really nothing to speculate about. It was like, oh, I wonder if... Well, the answer is no. So that's not right, not an indictment against Jungle Beat's quality, because Jungle Beat is a game I have come around on and I really love and respect. But when you just have a blank slate, then it's basically like starting from square one, right? Donkey Kong's in it. Okay. Same thing with Donkey Kong Adventure and Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, right? Like, oh, Donkey Kong's in it. Grant Kirkhope's doing the music, but there are no returning characters. It's DLC for a Mario plus Rabbids game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not saying returning characters are the only like qualifier to generate a hype cycle, but you have to have that foundation, I think, for something to kind of like get hyped in the first place. Otherwise, it's just a game you're looking forward to, and it's not this all-consuming passion.
For me, what I really noticed through the GameCube years was that it wasn't that I didn't get hyped for games like I had before, because I still definitely did, but over the course of that generation, I kind of learned to be a little bit more trepidatious about it.
Sure.
Because it kept seeming like I would get hyped, the game would come out, and then I would be really, really disappointed by it. Not every time, but a lot of the time.
Well, it's growing up too. Like
it is, yeah.
Like, Donkey Kong 64 was my first real instance of being disappointed with something that I thought was going to be a masterpiece and not knowing how to process that. I mean, Phantom Menace too, but like Donkey Kong 64 was the first time like I felt let down by Rare, but I couldn't admit it.
Sure.
and knowing about that tortured development now puts a lot of it into perspective, but. And I still very much like aspects of Donkey Kong 64. I'm not saying it's like irredeemable or that it's a waste of time, but it just wasn't what I was expecting.
But yeah, like you said, a part of it is definitely that, and you don't have like the experience to understand this yet.
Yeah.
But you are holding the way that games made you feel when you were still a child. And you want them to feel like that again, and they're never gonna feel just like that again. And I don't think that was the only reason I was disappointed with, like, Mario, Sunshine, Double Dash, games like that. But I think it was definitely a factor.
Like, I don't even think it's, like, when you're a child, like, I'm picturing, like, age 6 or so. Like, I think it's a very specific age. I'm gonna say, like, age 10 to 13 is the sweet spot, where you are still very much an impressionable child, that when the world is magical, but you've got enough life experience in you to know exactly what you like, and it's just this perfect little window in your life that you're never going to perfectly replicate again, but you're always going to be chasing that feeling.
It's kind of what I said earlier with Mario 64, where I was young enough for it to be this extremely magical experience, but old enough to understand the context of it.
Right. Well, now that we've lamented the passage of our youth, let's talk about what made us feel like kids again. Because the hype cycle, the first time I really felt the hype cycle, like beyond just the Smash Brothers rigmarole or like, oh, they're making Mario Kart Wii. Funky Kong's in it, like, or Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. What are they doing with like?
What are they doing?
The first time I really felt this, I think post Conquer Live and Reloaded, like the first time I really felt it again, and I was like all about something, was Donkey Kong Country Returns, 2010. Because, one, this was a hype cycle that very much mirrored the hype cycles of my childhood, where a game is announced at E3, it comes out that November. Like, oh my god, it's just like it was when I was a kid. But this is what reignited my passion for the DKU. It's what brought me back full time to DK Vine, where I still am today. And this just felt like so pure and such a victory lap for a franchise and a fandom that had been through quite a bit the previous decade. The denigration, the revisionist history of Donkey Kong Country was never a good game series. It was only appreciated because of the graphics, which are aged poorly. There's no good gameplay there. The characters were horrendous, and you still had a bit of that going into Donkey Kong Country Returns hype. Like, I remember like, oh, I wonder who's going to be in it. Like, just seeing Diddy was enough at the time. That first trailer at E3 2010, the You Can Hear It Coming trailer, just seeing Diddy was there was enough for me at the time. That's how like beaten down we were. Where the secondary protagonist is in the game. Oh my god. I'm sold.
Well, yeah, because that right there told you, along with the fact that the title was Donkey Kong Country Returns, this wasn't going to be another Jungle Beat. Again, not that there was anything wrong with Jungle Beat, just that it didn't scratch that itch the same way.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, having Donkey Kong Country Returns, this celebration of that brand in particular, Super Donkey Kong in Japan, it did feel like, oh, okay, I guess you're acknowledging we were right. Like there's nothing wrong with this. And you still brushed up against a little bit of that old antagonism here or there. Like, oh, well, we've completely swapped out the entire antagonistic cast for these new characters. Or, like, Nintendo Power infamously, or at least infamously in my mind, ran their article about Donkey Kong Country Returns, where they applauded the fact that they cut out the entire Kong cast, sans Donkey, Diddy, and Cranky, where they said, like, the Kong cast had ballooned to a voluptuous gorilla and a oversized baby, but thankfully Donkey Kong Country Returns takes it back to basics. I'm like, the voluptuous gorilla was in the first one. What are you talking about? Back to basics. But
this is something that I've talked about with like my Discord members. There's somebody I want to give a shout out to, Darkwing Spartan. I don't know. I don't know if he'll listen this deep into a Donkey Kong episode, but just in case he does, he always says something that's like, everything is liked eventually.
Yeah.
And I think that this like, when that nostalgic spotlight starts finally shining on the things that you loved growing up, it is such a wonderful feeling. And I think that's something that the GameCube kids have had in like the past 5 to 7 years. I think it's something that the late 2000s kids are getting right now. And 2010, I remember in so many ways, was the beginning of that for the 90s. That was really when you could feel the culture shifting to reflect us.
Absolutely. And that's when, like, a year or two after this, that's when you started to have the N64 nostalgia really kick in, and the kind of victory lap for things like Banjo-Kazooie, which, just 2 years previous to Country Returns, you had, nuts and bolts hand-wringing and like making all these jokes about how nobody wants a game like Banjo-Kazooie anymore. And then you had the wellspring of nostalgia build up for it. But yeah, like, having this, as fraught as this hype cycle could be, like, oh, I wonder what animal buddies are going to be in it. Oh my god, here's the Rambi reveal trailer. Okay, when are the other ones coming? And, just stuff just stuff like that, where your expectations are never going to be matched by what they actually are doing. And of course, Returns in particular, because that was the first salvo and the revival of Donkey Kong Country as a brand. And there was this, I think, unawareness of just how deep the fandom actually ran when it came to everything. And so they were just like, what do we need to bring back? It was a very Nintendo stripped down philosophy. Well, what needs to come back for Donkey Kong Country? Well, I guess Diddy Kong. Miyamoto likes Cranky. We need one animal buddy.
We need blowing. We need him to blow on things.
And what we really need to match is the gameplay and general, like, aesthetics. But I don't think they really realized how deeply everybody cared about everything. Like K. Rool, like how hardcore we were for K. Rool and Engard and Funky Kong, and that stuff started to resurface with Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Obviously, not all the way. Like they couldn't fully commit, and I think I don't want to put everything, as I've said, I don't want to put everything on Tanabe. But I do think there was a lot of internal division about how much they could bring back, how much they should reinvent. And I think the Snowmats were the compromise, like, well, let's make something a lot more evocative of the Kremlins, even if we can't bring back the Kremlins. But yeah, when Tropical Freeze got announced, Josh, so this was a weird one for me. And talking about events in my life that kind of tie into the hype cycle, E3 2013, Tropical Freeze was revealed. I don't think any of us were really expecting it to be announced.
Not a clue.
Right. So Tropical Freeze is announced the same day David Wise is announced as coming back. Huge moment. But like 2 days later, like the bulk of DK Vine's packing up and going to Bonnaroo.
Bonnaroo!
Yeah, so
I always wanted to do that.
It sucks.
I know.
That week we went to Bonnaroo to see Sir Paul McCartney as the headlining act, which fantastic. Best concert I've ever been to. I was right up at the stage seeing Sir Paul belt out classics from the Beatles, Wings, and his solo years. But it was really hard to leave it all behind right after a new
Right.
Donkey Kong game had been announced. And granted, like, we had smartphones at that point, so I could still follow along through limited capacity at Bonnaroo. But
Wow, you had smartphones all the way back in 2013?
yeah, I think I got
Jeez.
my first iPhone in 2011, I want to say. I like that. I was a
Yeah.
relatively late adopter then, but still.
Yeah.
So what crystallized, like, for me, being at Bonnaroo was pulling up gameplay footage of Tropical Freeze at E3, which was concurrent with Bonnaroo, and seeing the more like 3D barrel cannon sequences, and being like, wow, this looks like leagues above Returns. Like, this looks so visually impressive, and trying to crank up my phone as loud as I could to hear the David Wise music, but not being able to hear anything over Bonnaroo.
Right.
And I remember what really stuck in my mind during this Bonnaroo trip, where I suffered from heat stroke eventually. I got horrendous sunburn on my legs waiting to see Paul McCartney, which I did not realize until the concert ended, and I was walking away and the adrenaline was fading, seeing, my favorite Beatle in person. Well, the imposter pretending to be my favorite Beatle in person, but he's still a very big figure in Beatles lore, Billy Shears. And I remember thinking, wow, I feel terrible. And then realizing how sunburnt I got, and then that developing into heat stroke and getting like the chills. And it's just miserable for like the next 2 days, and then taking a lot of pain meds. But
Yeah, on that episode of the conversation following Bonnaroo, you both sounded so happy but so exhausted.
yeah. So I again, talking about bad experiences that we wouldn't trade seeing a Beatle that close. Like that was literally a once in a lifetime moment, because where else are you going to get that close to Paul McCartney without paying out your ass? Like, no thanks. So, and of course, 10 years later, his voice has degraded much more than it was back then. So that was still like pretty top notch experience as far as seeing him in concert. But what stuck in my mind that trip, thinking about the Tropical Freeze reveal, was that you could take almost anything. This goes back to my bear revelation in the summer of 96. You could take almost anything, and if you launder it through the DKU and Donkey Kong, you can make it exciting. So I never really cared about Vikings before the summer of 2013. But then you announced that Vikings from the North Seas are coming to freeze Donkey Kong Island? Well, then all of a sudden, Vikings are pretty cool. I've never really considered Vikings. Vikings are pretty badass. They're pretty thrilling as antagonists. Why haven't we done Vikings before? And just having that switch flipped in my brain. Not the Nintendo Switch. That would be a couple years later. But having it like bloop in my head, I'm like, wow, I'm an easy mark. you just do whatever in a Donkey Kong Country game, and I'm going to accept it and like it. And somebody threw a plush walrus up on the stage that Paul McCartney then put on his piano, because here's another clue for you all: the walrus was Paul. But besides that Beatles iconography, I'm thinking, oh my god, like the Vikings from Tropical Freeze.
Of course.
Because we didn't know them as the Snowmats yet. They were just, as Iwata introduced them, the Vikings from the North Seas. So they were just the Vikings. And, yeah, that was fun. That was just, and of course I was seeing like little reminders of Tropical Freeze everywhere and just being in the throes of that excitement for a new game and having every aspect of my life enriched by it. I miss that feeling, Josh. I really do.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think something that may be lost, like something about the context that's lost about DKC Returns, if you weren't on the internet in the 2000s, and what made that so special was because it was coming off of the back of a decade where Donkey Kong Country had just been, like you said, so maligned, and the property itself had been in some ways like relatively misused, and at least to the tastes of us as fans. So for DKC Returns to come out, or to be revealed looking the way it does, to be revealed the way that it was, to quote unquote make it magic again, as Reggie said, was such a big deal. But I don't think me and you have ever talked about this before. What was honestly just as big a deal to me as a fan was going on DKVine.com and seeing that redesign, that beautiful sunset redesign, seeing that the site had been renamed back to DK Vine, and just seeing that you guys were back producing content, doing podcasts that, like I mentioned earlier in regards to DK64, experiencing and having my fandom enhanced through your fandom was really a formative, like, I discovered you so, like, when I was still technically a kid, and that was formative to me. So DKC Returns coinciding with DK Vine Returns, and I wasn't doing the Geek Critique online, you and I didn't know each other, but that was always just such a big piece of that to me. Because, like, that made it so much, like, I'm sure I would have been super excited about DKC Returns one way or the other.
Yeah.
But to have you back, to have DK Vine back, to have that community back, and I know it wasn't just you, like, there were all kinds of former community members who were coming back, like, right around that time. Like, that just made that whole period so special.
Yeah, it really did, I think, rekindle for me, like, not just my love for everything, but it really made me learn how to incorporate it into my adult life rather than it being this relic that I was moving away from. It was like, no, I can still be a functioning adult, whatever that means in the 2010s.
Whatever that means.
I can still be a functioning adult. I can define myself as a Donkey Kong journalist. Because who the fuck cares? And yeah, that's where we are today. And yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad that you discovering DK Vine when you're a kid doesn't constitute a form of child abuse, but I'm glad that it's helped you as an adult. And, you know,
I mean, boy, some of those jokes went over my head.
Yeah, John Lovitz. Who the fuck is that?
Green Porn City?
I still renew that URL every year. I still redirects to DK Vine.
Just in case there is a hardcore Green Porn City fan out there who's like, I wonder whatever became. Oh, it's DK Vine. Wow, what's this?
Wow, I like Donkey Kong too. So we do have a couple calls to take.
Right.
So why don't we go ahead and play them? Because we've been chattering for far too long, probably. I'm sure people are getting antsy. They're like, wow, you know, this episode's going to go so long, we're going to hit the next Donkey Kong hype cycle. So let's go ahead and play the calls and start to wrap this up.
All right.
Hello, Hyle. Hello, Josh of the Geek Critique. Huge fan of your videos. So if we're talking video game hype season, I want to talk to you guys about Pokemon. Because if any series is my home series, my favorite series, I love me some Donkey Kong, but Pokemon has that place in my heart. And Pokemon hype season get crazy, because everyone's looking out for leaks and rumors and hoaxes, because we get like 100 new Pokemon each game, right? So I want to talk to you guys specifically about Pokemon Sun and Moon. Back in 2016, the starters were Rowlet, a little owl with a bow tie, Litten, an emo cat, and Poplio, a sea lion with a clown nose. And we've seen a lot of fan art and fake evolutions here and there, but one day, some images get dropped online of a hooded owl that used its wings as a bow and arrow, a wrestling tiger with a championship belt made of fire, and a mermaid siren seal. And it was like, whoa, because we've seen fan art before, but these looked like really official. But they were so weird. Why does the cat turn into a wrestler? Why does the seal turn into a mermaid? It was crazy. So a lot of people were fighting already because so many people wanted them to be not real, but so many people thought they looked real. The fighting went on for months. One day, a character is revealed for the game named Mallow, no relation to Super Mario RPG. And it turns out Mallow was in the fan art the whole time, the concept art, not the fan art, excuse me. Mallow was in the concept art the whole time. And it was like, whoa, so it's gotta be real then, right? Because we didn't even notice that at the time. But so many people were like, no. That's just a coincidence. They just guessed the design. They're fake, I tell you. Fake. And people are making these like Photoshop charts to show that the images are edited when they're very clearly not. It was insane. One day, a few months later, someone goes up to one of the game developers who's signing autographs at a convention with fan art of these starters. And he just kind of shakes his head and goes, you guys weren't supposed to see this yet. You know, so that pretty much confirmed it, right? And they ended up being real. And I have such good memories of that time. They're still some of my favorite starters because of that time. So yeah, that's my memory. I wanted to share it with you guys. And you know what? I betcha they were only leaked because someone was passing that art along to Sakurai because he needed some Pokemon for his new Smash Brothers game. And you know what? Incineroar, the wrestling tiger, is in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. So there you go.
Well, thank you for that caller, and that insight into a world that I don't really understand, Pokemon fandom, beyond the initial early 90s salvos.
Yeah, I've always kept my distance from like the deep Pokemon fandom for lots of good reasons.
I was going to ask you, Josh, is that what it's like where people are like arguing about the designs of the new Pokemon? Is that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I catch like the sort of periphery of it. Like I'm aware of it. I will say the two thoughts that come to mind. One, that was for Pokemon Sun and Moon. I've always really wished that I liked Sun and Moon better than I do. Sun and Moon is the only mainline Pokemon game that I've never finished at least once. But the reason that I wish I loved it more is because the idea of a cat that turns into a wrestler it's just like that should be my favorite Pokemon. And that was the one I picked when I tried to play it, and I just couldn't stick with it. But yeah. The other thing is, we were talking earlier about how you could, in the early days of the internet, you could just message Lee Loveday, and you could say, "Where's DK64?" And he could say, "Yeah, we're working on it. We're just not ready to reveal it yet." It's hilarious that somebody was still able to do that by just cornering him in real life.
Right.
And being like, "Hey, can you comment on these pictures I brought?"
Which feels a little bit more invasive to me than just messaging someone, but
well, yeah.
I guess in an official context, like a convention or whatever, then sure. But yeah. All I can add to this from my own perspective is being really excited about Peekaboo. In the late 90s when everybody thought was Meryl, like that was a character called Peekaboo that was going to be in the next Pokemon game, and it turns out it had nothing to do with Pikachu.
Yeah, Hyle, you've got to go into Bill's secret garden and capture the Pokegods.
Yeah. I think, like, I pulled out of Pokemon fandom when Peekaboo turned out to be false, because, like, what can I really believe? What? No, I'm done.
When am I gonna get Missing No merch? Come on. You can make so much merch for every other Pokemon, but nothing for Missing No?
They've got bootleg plushes that I've considered buying.
They do, yeah.
Because they look really cool. Anyway, thank you for the call and that insight into a fandom that I'm not really a part of, and I will never be a part of again, but I do love walking through the grass outside Pallet Town, leveling up my Pokemon. What can I say? All right, let's take... Call 2 and 3 are actually from the same caller. They are part of a series. Let's play them back to back.
Hey, Hyle. Hey, Josh. This is Traveler of the Stars here. I always seem to call in when the Geek Critique and DK Vine crossover. Love to see it. So yeah, this is a very interesting topic for an episode, kind of the pre-release hype cycle and all that. Well, what immediately comes to mind, I know this was not DKU, but I mean, I think it's appropriate. Pikmin 4. Pikmin fans are probably the one Nintendo ongoing series that have Donkey Kong fans beat in terms of, getting a mainline game next. So I guess we did get a Pikmin on the 3DS, but we don't really talk about that. But yeah, Pikmin again and Donkey Kong are just kind of in that Miyamoto kind of champions for both of them. They're both kind of his babies, seemingly. But yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of thinking about, for many years, Miyamoto said that Pikmin 4, or the next Pikmin game was almost done. So us Pikmin fans kind of eventually, at least for me, I kind of tried to get it out of my mind, sort of maybe like how Donkey Kong fans have, been in hibernation, try to get it out of your mind. And then, at least for me, kind of what I noticed, when it gets announced, Hyle, you mentioned, reaction blindness, or when, something gets announced that you aren't expecting, and you just kind of, shut down. I'll never forget when, in the Direct last year, when Miyamoto finally officially unveiled Pikmin 4, he talked about the mobile game for a while. That was great. But I really was feeling the hype, right before launch. Because for me, it's on a different case-by-case basis. I'll either, completely spoil myself information, or, totally not spoil. And for this, I did not spoil. But, I don't know, it's just always so exciting, obviously, getting a new game. Obviously, it's not a deep thought or anything. But yeah, it's just always great to get a new game. I think for me, the biggest hype I feel, as a, gaming fan and Nintendo fan, is just, the new Nintendo console. Because, your mind is brimming with what game series will come out, or what possibilities will they do, what new things will Nintendo have, what things may they take away. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I tend to not spoil myself because I try to let my mind wander of possibilities, but also maybe get some information to keep my dreams in check. But anyway, sorry I rambled and I don't really have much deep to say, but looking forward to this episode. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, Hyle. Hey, Geek Critique. I forgot your name for a second for some reason, sorry. Listen, I do have something I want to specifically say, and just drive with the stars, by the way. My least favorite thing about pre-release hype is those people, you go on YouTube, you see those videos, bosses. Here's the final boss in the thumbnail. I remember when Super Mario Odyssey came out and they spoiled that. I don't want to name names. Actually, I won't. Luckily, the main one has kind of left the internet seemingly now, which I'm totally fine with because I do not like being spoiled. I remember on the Neither stage in Smash 4, before The Force Awakens, I saw a post about Han Solo dying. So that's great. Anyway, yeah, I don't really like having to avoid my YouTube recommended or, dodging Twitter stuff. It's not great. Can people just not spoil things? Anyway, that's all.
Thank you for the calls, Traveler of the Stars.
Yeah, you forgot my name in the second call there. That's okay. My name is Prosaphia Gaming.
Yeah.
That's actually my name.
Also forgot the name of Twitter. It's X.
It's X, yes.
So cool, so edgy. Yeah. Anyway, spoilers. We've really focused on the hype cycle as related to the 90s and things that emulate the 90s hype cycles, but there is the fear of spoiling too much, and we touched upon that a little bit in this episode, but it is kind of a fraught proposition. When do you pull back in the hype cycle in this day and age, especially when a game might potentially leak a week or two beforehand? And also, it feels like the internet has zero patience with people who might be playing or consuming something on their own schedule. It's something comes out, okay, spoilers are lifted. Everybody talk about everything right now. And it's very hard to escape being spoiler free. Especially like you go into YouTube and then you get this obnoxious thumbnail with an arrow pointing right to something. And you're like, why is there an arrow here? Why is this such a standard? The arrow pointing at something. It's stupid.
Well, it's weird for me too, because of my preferences and my tastes in gaming and what I tend to prioritize, the kinds of spoilers that I tend to care the most about are the sort of things that a lot of people don't even consider spoilers. A good example of that is like before Metroid Dread, the newest Metroid game, came out, I did not want to know about like what weapons were returning, what new abilities Samus would have. Like, I care a lot about like mechanical gameplay spoilers. I care a lot about like what levels are going to be in it and what they're going to look like. Like, I don't tend to care so much about directly story related stuff most of the time. But but a lot of that stuff, like, you know, even Nintendo will put out things like, oh, and Samus also has the speed booster. I'm like, I didn't want to know that. I would have been so excited if I just found that.
Yeah. For me, like, I feel like everything that Nintendo or Rare wants to tell me beforehand, that's fair game. Like, that's part of the hype cycle. But if it's some random YouTuber, some random person who might have the game illicitly before it comes out, then no, I don't want to know. If it's not released through an official medium, then I don't want to know because I shouldn't know it beforehand, if that makes any sense.
And then he also brought up Pikmin, and I felt like such an outsider for the past couple of weeks in Nintendo fandom as the Pikmin 4 hype cycle has like burst outward. Like we talked about earlier, how what
is Pikmin 4 out?
Pikmin 4 is out, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like later this year or next year. Or...
No, it just came out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. See what?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, we talked earlier about how like the like 2010 was this point where the 90s finally started shining in terms of nostalgia. Like, because I was so disaffected through the whole GameCube era, like a lot of franchises that got their start there that are now like this peak nostalgia at the peak of the internet nostalgia, I'm just like, okay, well, no, Pikmin's fine. I don't really feel strongly about it one way or the other. I don't really get it.
Yeah, it doesn't resonate with me. I'm sorry to say. Like, neither is Animal Crossing. I tried with Animal Crossing. I really tried. And I was like, this isn't doing anything for me. But, you know, different strokes, different folks. Like, it's why Donkey Kong Country appealed so strongly to me. And other people might play it and be like, it's a gorilla with a tie. I don't get it.
Yeah, like what?
But, yeah.
Why don't you just play Mario?
Right, Mario, that is platform to perfection. Floating blocks and turtles.
Actually, Mario isn't good. Why don't you just play Luigi's Mansion?
Yeah. So, like I said, everybody's wired differently. We're all going to have our own taste, and that's fine so long as we respect each other's opinion. Like, I might not be into Pikmin or Animal Crossing, but I will never say that anybody who loves Pikmin or Animal Crossing is wrong, because they're not. Just like that whole discourse when Tropical Freeze was announced and everybody was losing their flipping mind because a new Donkey Kong game is coming only 3 years after the last new Donkey Kong game, and how dare retro. And it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, you're going to try to deprive me of my joy? Like,
oh yeah, I'm throwing no shade on Pikmin fans. I'm very happy for them. Like, a lot of people that I know very well and consider friends and that I follow on social media and stuff, they're just so hyped for it. They're so happy for it. They're so excited about it. And I'm just kind of like, well, okay, well, I'm good for you. Good for you guys.
I feel like the bulk of like the DK Vine staff is like excited about Pikmin, and I'm just like off in the corner. Just I was like, yep.
Like,
so do you want to play Sea of Thieves tomorrow? Yep.
I vaguely remember renting Pikmin like 20 years ago.
I bought Pikmin just to get the trophy in Melee that was required. Like, you had to have Pikmin on your save cartridge to unlock the one trophy, and I was like, all right, I'll buy Pikmin. But yeah, like, Traveler's other point was they're most excited about new consoles. And for me, that's actually not the case. I dread new consoles in this day and age because that's money I have to spend, or else I'm going to be left behind. And I just want I'm hoping that the new Donkey Kong game is for the Switch, so we can say it's for the Switch, where I don't want to have to buy a new console for it and start that free. And then you have the whole artificial scarcity thing where it's like, oh, we're going to release a new console, but it might be like 2 years before you can readily find one without like...
Oh yeah, that's what happened with the PS5 and the Xbox Series X.
Yeah. So like, I'm just now at the point where I can like comfortably pursue buying an Xbox Series X without like being the victor in a riot. Right? Like,
right.
It's ludicrous. Whereas, but before you just, there might be like a couple of weeks of scarcity, but if you want an N64, if you want a GameCube, you will be able to get one if you have the money for it. So,
but on the other hand, it is, and who knows if Nintendo's next console will follow this pattern. The Wii U to the Switch definitely didn't. And Nintendo tends to play by their own rules, but assuming it goes the way it has, console generations have a ludicrous amount of crossover nowadays. I mean, major releases are still almost 3 years into quote-unquote the next generation. Major releases are still coming out for the PS4 and the Xbox One.
Yeah.
Like, we're only just now getting to the point. So, it's possible, depending on what the next Nintendo system is, that it will still, maintain a year or two of cross-compatibility with the Switch.
That's just really not Nintendo style, though, is it? I don't know. Like, I think, like, they would do the whole, like, Breath of the Wild thing where they will release it for both rather than have cross-compatibility. Like, who knows? Like, I'm hoping the Switch games will just be backwards compatible with whatever's next, because...
And it would be harder, too, because the Switch hardware itself is quite a bit older. I mean, it was based on Wither technology to begin with.
Yeah.
So, as is Nintendo's style. So, yeah, it's very likely the successor is going to be enough of a substantial step up that it's that would be hard to maintain the same way.
But then again...
But who knows?
I'm so old that the Switch still feels new, so...
The Switch does not feel new to me. I can't say I've reached that level yet.
All right. Well, we can argue about this later. Why don't we take our final call, and then we will wrap this up in a way that isn't depressing or demoralizing, but gives us hope for the future, perhaps.
Sounds good.
All right.
Oh, hello there. My name is Spacey McSpacer. That's my online username. And I have two particularly big hype cycles to remember for Donkey Kong. You see, I got into Donkey Kong thanks to the Nintendo Wii, like with Donkey Kong Country Returns. I got a Wii in 2010, and it was pretty cool. But Donkey Kong Country Returns was basically my favorite video game of all time after I got in 2011. It was a game I was obsessed in and started my trek towards the Donkey Kong universe to this day. In fact, I still love it to this day. I'm really desperate for a new Donkey Kong game, in fact. But the two particular hype cycles I remember were for Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, which was a particularly hype game for me because I, at the time, loved my 3DS. I think I got mine with the 3DS XL in 2012. And with that, a new Donkey Kong game being on the system would be the best thing of all time for me. Hell, I remember in 2012 I wanted to get that, the DK, I don't know if it was like King of Swing or the other one. I get the two names confused, but I wanted one of those games since I wanted at least something Donkey Kong going on 3DS. And then when that game got revealed, I was so excited because I got to play a great game I loved on a system I loved on the go. Yeah, that was good. I also am very into Tropical Freeze as well. I remember hearing about that, well, not directly on the Direct because I didn't tune into Directs at the time. I really wasn't that particularly savvy on the internet as I am now, but I did remember hearing it like a bit later after the Direct, and I was hyped. I remember I started tuning into Directs right as that game was announced because I was excited for that. I went through everything. I specifically remember that one gaming event where they showed off Cranky Kong and the Bramble level, Bramble Scramble. It was particularly very exciting because
It was so beautiful to me. I can't believe this game looked like this. I mean, that was the game that pretty much convinced me to get a Wii U, or at least one of the ones that really wanted me to get a Wii U, since the rest of the system's library was rather mediocre in my eyes, or at the very least I didn't really see much that I couldn't get on my 3DS. But yeah, I was through everything. I even remember being very disappointed when the game was delayed to 2014 because I could have probably gotten the Wii U at like 2013 if the game was released as intended, but it was still pretty cool to see the game released on the 20th anniversary of Donkey Kong. It was very, very exciting. In fact, I really couldn't keep my head for that much longer. I ended up getting a Wii U in 2015, but I kind of missed out on Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze on the Wii U.
And they hit the 3-minute mark and cut off there. But thank you for the call. Was it Spacey? What was it, Spacey McSpacerson? Terrible
like
names. I apologize, but thank you nonetheless for the call. And yeah, I got a Wii U for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. I also got my first high-def TV for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Josh,
There was no need to have one until then.
there was that you rib me for this, but it's the truth. I felt no need to move on from my old tube-based television until Donkey Kong Country was in HD, and I was like, "Welp, it's time." So,
No, I love that. I'm not ribbing you. I'm complimenting you.
So yeah, I got a Wii U, a high-def TV, and Tropical Freeze all within the same like sphere of time. So yeah, like you're not alone there, and it's really cool to hear somebody who came on board with the Returns era, and like Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D. What was a big game for you? That's really cool to hear. And yeah, just it's always thrilling for me to hear people who come in at a different entry point than, you know, I did, or even a different era, like, or a couple eras removed from it, like when we were at MagFest in early 2020, you know, before everything went to shit. It was really cool to hear somebody telling me that their entry point into all of this was DK Jungle Climber. Which like, for that to be somebody's like big game, I was like, wow, you know, every game is potentially somebody's first. That's incredible. So yeah,
I remember when I thought that the people who started with DK64 were just little children. They didn't really know what they were. And now I look back and I'm like, you know, some of them were probably older than me, actually.
Yeah.
Like there was no actual difference there. But yeah, with Returns, I remember thinking even in 2010, having this little bit of concern that like, is this too narrowly focused on us? Because this is a 2D platformer with 3D visuals, of course, and it is tough as nails. It is unusually difficult for a game that looks like this. Like I'm not sure, and I've heard, you know, stories from people who had it when they were kids and never got anywhere in it because it was too difficult. So because of that, it is always cool to hear somebody, like you said, who started with Returns and had it resonate with them the same way that the Super Nintendo trilogy did with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody who actually got on board with the game and got past the first world. Like, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah. Josh, I don't know if you can feel this. You know, you are a part of our community, but you also have your own sort of community, and you kind of have your toes in different fandoms, whereas I'm just completely in these waters of the DKU. But there's been this level of like morose melancholy in the community since a month ago, since the last not E3, since that June Nintendo Direct, since the Microsoft presentation. I don't know. I feel, and maybe this is just me looking at things through my own sullen eyes, but I feel like 2023 in many ways, this should have been our year. Like, we got mainstream recognition with the Super Mario Brothers movie, right? Donkey Kong Lego product is coming out August 1st. Hell yeah. The theme park is still under construction in both Osaka and Orlando. And
this year marks the 25th anniversary of Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah. There are lots of little encouraging signs. Jack Specific is soft launching Donkey Kong branded figure line, with a new Donkey Kong sculpt and a reissue of 2014's World of Nintendo Diddy Kong figure. That's coming out soon. It's got its own packaging, separate from the Mario brand. Like, really cool to see. But like I've said, like, once we hit that decade mark, once we hit a decade since the last new full-length Donkey Kong hype cycle, I feel like we all just sort of mentally collapsed. And we were like, well, I guess there's no escape but sadness. It just consumed us, and we've been in a funk ever since.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of factors. I think it's all these things happening at once. It's not just the 10th anniversary of this. It's, like I said, the 25th anniversary of Banjo. It's all these factors that really made it seem like if it's gonna happen this year, it's gonna happen now. And I think that's part of it, because, like, we're on the other side of not E3, we're on the other side of that season, and there's this feeling that, like, if it was gonna happen this year, we'd have probably heard about it by now.
Which is silly. There's no intellectual truth to that, but it's this level of irrationality that you can't shake.
Mm-hmm.
Because another Nintendo Direct comes without any news, and here's yet another Mario game, and you're just like, and it's like Diddy Kong might not even be in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And you start questioning everything. So on one hand, you've got all this evidence that something big is in the works for Donkey Kong. All this stuff is gearing up to support it. And on the other hand, you have what's actually being announced and released. And it's like you can't reconcile both realities, because it feels like they're on separate, talking about timelines, it feels like they are separate timelines running parallel to each other, and that we're witnessing both, but not really living in the one. And I really feel like we need, the fandom needs a new hype cycle now more than ever, because like you brought up earlier this episode, the brilliant thing about the concept of the DKU, as DK Vine defines it, at least post buyout, is that whenever the Donkey Kong series runs into these doldrums for whatever reason, Rare is usually releasing something pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. And whenever Rare is struggling in some capacity, whenever their games are in development hell or whatever, then we've got Donkey Kong. And I think this might be the first time since that brief period, that interim in 2009, between Nuts and Bolts and the reveal of Returns, where it just feels like we are in a holding pattern for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Like, Sea of Thieves is still chugging along, still very much successful, but I would even say that Monkey Island Tall Tale, the first one, the one I was so lukewarm about, it was actually very superb, and I had a lot of fun playing it, and we actually have the archive stream up on our YouTube channel right now if you want to check it out for yourself. But despite that, it's still a 5-year-old game, even longer if you're in the technical alpha.
Mm-hmm.
And it just can't generate that same level of hype that a brand new experience can deliver. And I know older Rare fans, specifically me, are getting to the point where, we really want some love for Rare. We really want some recognition from Rare concerning Rare, like Sea of Thieves, like Captain Black Eye.
Yeah, you mentioned something in the Inner Circle, I think it was earlier today, actually, or maybe last night, where you said, it's not that you didn't enjoy the Monkey Island Sea of Thieves expansion. It's just, it's hard not to play it and imagine this level of love for a Rare IP in Sea of Thieves and right. What that would be like.
Right. It's like, where do the Rare fans go to get that level of love and recognition that feels like everything is getting these days sans Rare. And I know that's just a silly, spiteful, green-eyed monster, like it living inside of me, and the reality is much more nuanced than that. But, you know, like, it has been 15 years since a new Banjo-Kazooie game. And we know Playtonic is working on ukulele games, plural, but it's the same problem we're having with Donkey Kong and Nintendo. There's knowing, and then there's knowing. And we need to know something soon, because I feel like we're running on fumes, and I'm gonna crack. I'm just gonna crack up, Josh. I don't know.
You're gonna go back to mid-2000s, Hyle.
No, never again. But
okay, good.
I am definitely like, I have been like reassuring everybody for years now that we've got good things ahead, and you can only say we got good things ahead for so long before people just give up hope. Like, how long do we have to wait? And I know we have all these circumstances we've talked about, but and everyone reaches this point at different times depending on how their brain is calibrated. Some people have reached it years ago, like, okay, it's been way too long since a new Donkey Kong game. I'm checking out. Like, I can't do this anymore. But I think I just hit this point feeling this fatigue just this year. And I definitely need to start speculating on if Swanky Kong will be showing up in the new Donkey Kong game sooner rather than later. So, I don't know. That's where I'm at. Maybe you can help talk me down.
Well, you know, it's like there are... You have kept this podcast going for 11 years. You've kept this community going for much longer than that. Like, if the whole DKU ended tomorrow, if there was never anything else, I know that there would still be years and years of stuff for us to dig into and talk about and speculate about. And that's something that I sort of reassure myself with in terms of like my own non-DKU fandoms, where I kind of wonder, I'm not so sure if this is always going to be for me. I'm not so sure if this is always going to keep getting new entries. I'm not so sure, you know, when you have those doubts that, okay, but here's the thing, even if it never happens, even if nothing ever resonated with me again, I have gotten decades. I've gotten, I'm so lucky to have all of these experiences, and that's part of it, just focusing on what you do have instead of what you don't have. And at the same time, you know, I think that digging into the stuff that maybe you haven't paid so much attention to in the past, that can be a really helpful thing to do. You know, speculating on things, replaying games from a new perspective. Because, you know, your perspective's always changing. But I would say that even taking all that aside, we've talked about it over and over again. There's too much smoke for there to be no fire. It's gonna happen sooner or later. And I know that hearing that yet again might not do a whole lot to reassure you or the listeners of anything. I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot to reassure me. But I guess that's what I would say. Just you like focus on what we do have, focus on the past experiences that we've had, kind of do what we've done in this episode, and you know, when there's nothing else, when there's nothing new to talk about, there's always plenty of old stuff to talk about.
Well, there we have it. So we just have to hold out a little bit longer, everyone. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's good things on the horizon. We just need to wait a little bit longer. Oh, I feel better. Thanks, Josh.
And in the meantime, we can talk about DK Jungle Climber.
Well, later this year, we will have the spotlight episode for Donkey Kong Country Barrel Maze. And let me tell you, I have plenty I want to say about Donkey Kong Country Barrel Maze. And I really hope that the people whose first Donkey Kong game was Donkey Kong Country Barrel Maze call into the Barrel Maze episode, because I can't wait to talk about Donkey Kong Country Barrel Maze.
So is this going to be a 4-parter, or do you think you can get like 5 or 6 out of it?
This has been a File 2 production.
¡Qué rico!